think it's about bloody time.
I would like you guys to express my sincere delight.
Hey everyone.
Yeah. I shaved my hair off ages ago now. Right, where's the screen we're looking for here? Oh my god. This one! No. Doesn't work. What? Oh god. Technical issues. Where's the camera gone? Is that it? That is it. Hey everyone, I hope you are all well. Look, no hair. My hair is gone. It is gone. It is a thing of the past. You can forget it. Pretend the hair was never there. Yeah, I hope you're all well. Let me welcome you all. Corbin, Swader, Skinny Bob, Kevy D, Rocket Science. God, I do feel nervous. Nervous. Who else have we got in the house here? We have Andy Rakov. Hey, and I hope you're well, Andy. It's been... I hope you're all well. I suppose now I'm like Heisenberg. Is that what I'm like, Heisenberg? Probably not. Can't really remember what Heisenberg looks like now. He's definitely got a shaved head. I remember that. That's a music on. Andy Rakov. 59 months on a 59-month streak. Andy, wait, have you carried on subbing the whole time I've been away? Alavax, Ripper Addict, Grinbringer. Who else? Who else? Anyone? Skinny Bob, Fifth Viking. Who needs hair? Oh. What are you crying at me for? Oh god, honestly, instant I start the stream up, the dog starts crying. Hey, do you want to see Pepper? It's been a while since you've seen her. Oh, dude, I don't have that set up. I've totally forgot about the comic. I can put on some random thing. Pig! I think that'll do. Oh wait, let me get your toy. Put some munchies in the toy, and then everything will be good. She'll be happy with that. Got a new toy now. Look. Oh, I haven't thrown it yet. Wait. God, it's rammed full of food. I tell you what. Here you go. Yeah, so I do expect quite a few technical issues today, so do tell me if anything goes really wrong, if there's like double copies of the sound, if... I don't know, if anything that could possibly have gone wrong. When I was a kid, I wanted to play the guitar really badly, and after years of hard work, practice and dedication, I can now play the guitar really badly. I used to try and play the guitar, Fifth Viking, and I gave up after a bit. Who needs hair? Indeed. Max Payne 3. Yeah. I don't know if I streamed when I had no hair. I can't remember, to be perfectly honest. I was going for the change enemy cam to see the change. Dude, it's not set up properly. Basically, it wiped everything away. Got this one. This one. There you go. Is that what you wanted? Oh, camera's doing the autofocus thing. Good. Let's have a look at that. Oh, God, try and remember how to do anything. Why would it be doing that now? Oh God. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to stop that. Sorry. These are the sorts of things that I just can't remember. These are the sort of things that I can't remember, unfortunately. Oh no, what's happened now? Now I've lost I've lost the scene. Where's the scene gone? Oh Jesus. Oh. We'll just stay there like that. I'll just ignore it like it's not happening. Oh.
You maniacs! You blew it up!
Can you remember this?
What's going on here? Oh, you have now. I don't know. Can I do this? We also need to knight Andy Rakov as well. I don't know how to do that anymore. You want me to wave my wobbly sword around, do you? Okay, let's see if... where's the... Oh, let me try and find it. There we go, okay. We have the wobbly sword. What do I do? What do I do? I can't remember. Okay, it's been 3 months. Like this? Ripper Addict. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Ripper Addict of Chaotica. Yes. Yes. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. Is that it? That's pretty weird. And another. Dun, 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 dun. Andy Rakov. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of... On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Andy Rakov of Chaotica. Is that it? No, wait, and go! And spread chaos amongst the masses. I don't know. Is it something? Does that right? Does that sound about right? Mate, it's been so long since I've done that. Doing that feels weird. Hey up, Fierce? All the love to Fierce. It seems so much longer than 3. I just sought you out your food. Look, your ball's down there. Go get it. Go get it. Oh, I don't know. I can't help you out. Honestly, look at her. Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wave that wobbly sword. It seems so much. Yeah, and I hope you're well, Fierce. I hope you're well. Seems about right. Yes, indeed. Sorry, I'm trying to remember how to read and talk at the same time with a dog barking at me. Oh, come on. You're pushing the boat out here. Higgidies. Higgity. There's your munchies. Go get them. Food awaits. I don't know, eh? Look at her. She's not happy. Have to just give me a rest for a moment. She's all excited. Dude, I don't even know where the ball is. Where's my ball? Oh. Let us open the box. It's like a ritual. Now we have returned unto the streaming.
We opened the box.
What's inside? What's inside? A dog, give me a rest for a minute. Fierce. On behalf of everyone in Twitch chats, Chaotic, and all those kinds of epic things, I welcome you to a higher plane of existence. Yes. Look inside the Chaos Globe. If you look carefully enough, you will see there are many constellations. You are now one of those constellations, alone, flying high, no other ascended folk around you, because you are the first to return to the higher plane. Looking down on the ant-like folk below.
I keep you inside the globe, and I stroke you occasionally.
Feels a bit weird. I hope you're all well. I do hope you're all well. I kind of feel like I should apologise for just disappearing. Like, where's he gone? He's gone. Off wandering into the distance, like there was like a sunset going down, and there he was, and then it's like, wait, can we still see him on the horizon? No, that's just a bush in the shape of a person, and it moved in the wind, so it looked like it was still him moving into the distance, but it wasn't. He's gone. Something like that. You know, occasionally I would... wait, I've got a pile-up of objects on my... wait, I can't do all this. What the hell is going on here? That over there. Here. Fierce. On behalf of the wobbly sword of chaos, I knight you as chaotic feet. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. Hey, Fumit. Good to see you, good to see you. Yeah, I am reborn with no hair. Like Heisenberg. I think Heisenberg doesn't have these bits though, does he? Is that how it works? I think. How are you doing, Tayson Savan? Good to see you here. Alavax. Beeblebum. Long since he streamed. She's jealous now. I told someone else. I know, right? I think that's what it is. I think you're right. I think that's what it is. I think she's just excited to see you all again. That's what it is. Oh, you subs, good to see you. Hope things are well. The new job and all. Oh, what's out on the job? Look, I am streaming. Let me just get this. It's got food in there. Food. I think the problem with that new toy is that she can't get the food out, so it's just a massive, you know, whatever the word is. It's like a frustrating thing for her. You still got it, thank you, Fierce. Is that the new Hellraiser? What? Who? Me? She does the kneading. Your balls going down there. Senile mates herself at the age of 80. Look, there we go. She's gonna go and get the food, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm good. It's been an interesting last few months, folks. Let's just put it that way. It's been kind of bonkers, to be perfectly honest. So for people who are wondering, why did you just stop streaming? And it was because I got to the point where the routine, the ritual of streaming had ingrained itself into my day-to-day existence to the extent of it was kind of screwing with my mental health a bit. Like, I absolutely love streaming. It's one of my favourite things to do, you know, and it's definitely a social outlet for me, and it's nice to chat, etc., etc. But what was happening was, if I didn't stream for a day, for whatever reason, then my head would go completely fucked. And I'd be like, sort of wandering around, you know, like if you've forgotten something. Like, say you're wandering around your house looking for something you've forgotten. Sorry, you're wandering around your house and you think, what am I looking for? That's the only way I can describe it. You know, you're like, I came into this room and I was going to get something. Might have been a glass of water or something. You're like, oh, I don't know. Wait, no, what am I looking for? I've forgotten what I'm looking for. And you feel completely displaced. You feel like lost, like a sort of, yeah, that's the only way I can describe it, like a displaced kind of lost person, you know? And of course, human beings, we are creatures of habits, aren't we? So if, you know, whatever your habit is, say you get up every morning and go for a run or something, and then I say to you, no, you're not allowed to go for a run today, you know, then you'd be sort of sitting there like, oh, what? You know what I mean? Hey, si, senor, I will take a drink. Why? Upside? Yeah, it is a bit upside down, isn't it? And how are you doing, Trivial Funk Suit, Rotab, si, senor? Please, if I'm not like on it, if you're thinking, well, why isn't he saying hello to me, and why isn't he reading? I am reading it. I'm just really totally out of the habit, the multitasking of reading, doing this, doing the music. I've lost my scene. My scene's gone. So it's all very confusing. But yeah. So, oh God, honestly, this the thing I could tell you, the stories I could tell you. I mean, do you want me, where do I even start? The bald look suits you, looking fresh. Thank you. That's a nice thing to say. Oi, oi, Jimmy Knives. All the love to you, Jimmy Knives. I hope you're well, mate. I hope you're well. I hope you're all well. Yeah. Oh, and the patron thing, Jimmy. Dude, I didn't even realise that I hadn't stopped Patreon, so I sent out a message and said, oh my God, I've stopped streaming at the moment, the Patreon, and I didn't know whether to shut it down or not because it still had all the stuff about narration on there. And I was like, so I just changed all the wording and said, look, I am probably not going to be streaming, but I'm going to still narrate and da-da-da-da, so, you know, feel free to all cancel your patrons. But I thought, I'm not going to get rid of the page. You can't seem to sort of pause the page. It's either live or it's not. But caught you live. How are you doing, Strigley? But yeah, all the love. And for anybody who, you know, stopped their Patreon, you know, I don't know whether to do that or not. Of course, I didn't expect Patreon to I got payment from Patreon. I'm like, wait, shit. So there you go. I lost the ability to Patreon. I was 60 months. Dude, I don't ever expect anything from those sorts of things. So one of the main reasons, right, that I stopped streaming was obviously for my mental health, and like I was trying to explain there. But the other reason is, and I wrote about this on the Discord, I don't want to get too deeply into this because it's boring, who can be bothered to listen to this, but there is a pressure, an underlying pressure, when you obviously don't have a job, like I didn't have a job, to reach a certain amount of money per month or whatever it is, you know. And the wife got to the point where she could barely afford the mortgage, so she was like, "You've got to go and get a job," you know. And she said this to me like a year ago or something, and I was like, you know, maybe if I like just stream more and like, you know, push for subs a bit more, and I let myself, I sort of set myself up for a very pressure-filled streaming existence, if that makes any sense. So, you know, at the end of the month, if I wasn't hitting certain targets that I'd set for myself, I was like, fuck, no. Now the missus is going to be like, well, what are we going to do about the mortgage and stuff? And those two things intertwined, of the need to get money and then relying on the stream a little bit for money, was a total headfuck, because it was moving me further and further away from the reason that I enjoy streaming. I don't enjoy streaming to sit there and stress about numbers and you know, oh, gotta get $100 this month or whatever the crap, you know. And I realized, this is ruining it for me, you know. But then I was like, but I can't stop streaming because I've got to reach the, you know. So I was like, you know what, my head's all over the place. What I actually need to do is I need to do a reset, you know, rediscover my sort of reasons for wanting to stream, and it's certainly not money, you know. I just enjoy streaming and having people to talk to, you know. And we have fun here, don't we, you know, and all the different memories we've made and friendships that have been created and all the rest of it, you know. But if it starts being money, it's like, dude, just, you know. So I thought, well, I'll just go and get, like, you know, 15-20 hour job a week, I mean. And bada bing, then all money stress is removed, and you don't even need to think about it for a second. You know, you could go down to like one sub. It'd be like, my missus subbed, and that's it. and you'd be like, this is fine, this is cool, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Fun? In 2022? I've actually had quite a fun time. I had to cancel all my patrons anyway. Something weird was happening with the payments. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. Well, I just want to make it clear, Jimmy Knives, how incredible the support that you gave me over what, 5 years? I mean, fuck, that is just crazy, isn't it? I mean, it's actually kind of crazy. So, you know. All the love to you, mate. That's the most important thing, you know. I don't just take these things. I don't just sit there going, oh yeah, my Patreon, yeah, blah, blah. No, I appreciate it more than you can put into words, really. If your money's stressed, it'll affect your stream quality too. Yeah, I did 6 weeks at the Amazon warehouse. It was hell. It was like 1 hour a day at home. Oh, you were like 1 hour a day at home, yeah. the followage thing doesn't work, Jimmy. Sorry, it always makes me laugh because people are like, let's see how long I've been following, you know, whoop, and then it's like, you're not following. You are following. It's just broken.
Like.
Oh, what are you all subbing for? Shouldn't be subbing.
Love to see you back, even if it's only for a while.
Oh, maybe I will. Maybe I should just stream.
Having you prattle on in the background.
Maybe we should just stream. Should we just go back to streaming daily? Right, click the button. Do that. Tayson Savan. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Tayson Savan of Chaotica. Extra wobbles for you. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. I wish my camera wasn't going like whatever it's doing that thing, like you say. That's a bit frustrating, isn't it? I'll get on that and fix it at some point. April 2015, click your name. Oh, wow. 7 years, basically from the very start. We need to support good people. That's why we're subbing Patreon on here. Yeah, well, the thing is like I said, I didn't remove Patreon completely because Patreon, when I looked at the description of it, it was talking about narration, it's talking about, you know, gaming communities and things like that, and I thought, you know what, I don't want to write all of this again. You know, and I am thinking a lot about YouTube at the moment, because I don't know if everybody here has been following what's been happening with YouTube, but music copyright on YouTube have finally decided, right, we're just going to let content creators pay directly the person's music that they're playing. They get a cut. They're taking a cut and they're giving it to the artist. Well, you know, that's not rocket science, is it? You know what I mean? It's like, dude, that's surely why can't all platforms have done that? Oh, you want to play copyright music? Right, well, we'll take a cut of that and we'll pass that over to the artist. You know, and all sorts of interesting sort of changes are being made on YouTube. And, you know, I feel like I've achieved a lot on Twitch, but you know what? Right, as soon as I stopped,
Groovy.
all the noises! I don't know what it means. Oh, hey, Bart, that's what it means, is it? Bart is here. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Bart is here. 2 years of epic. Extra wobbles. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. I can't believe I can still do that, to be honest. What a bizarre thing to remember how to do. I suppose it's like riding a bike. Once you've ridden the wobbly... No. That sounds wrong. Once you've waved the wobbly sword for a long time, you never forget it. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I do when I finish up the stream. Oh, Andy. Oh my. Gifting subs. Oh, thank you for that. Ding, 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 ding. Andy Rakov has gifted. Oh, Hype Train. The Hype Train is... And how you doing, Bart? And thank you for them bits as well, Cobb. You lot have gone absolutely bonkers. Your video gets demonetized for you, but it stays online. Past 500 subs on YouTube. Nice. Congrats on that, Rocket Science. He lives, he does. Your video gets demonetized, but it stays online. Do you mean, are you referring to YouTube there, Corbin? Because this is the big change, dude. Rather than them demonetizing it, and now they're just taking a cut for anything that's copyrighted, giving that to the artist. Dude, I read about it a couple of days ago because it's a huge change, but I can't regurgitate what it said, you know what I mean? Because I just read it and I was only half paying attention. I've made the experience as well. YouTube is much more rewarding than Twitch in the long run, except you're really successful. Which me, except you're really, anybody who's really successful on Twitch, I can see why they wouldn't do that. Here's the thing, right, that I really, really noticed, and it was quite surprising to me. In the 3 months that I stopped streaming on Twitch, all the videos disappeared. It's like, whoa. Oh, yeah, of course, because there's they only keep these videos for so many days and then they disappear. Yeah, whatever, right? But then everything started disappearing, and all that's left is the amount of people that followed, if you know what I mean. Twitch is a very different platform to YouTube. I mean, I'm not saying something you don't know here. You all know this. But Twitch is like in the moment, live. You build sort of momentum by streaming every day. YouTube is like, more curated content. And it never goes. Do you know what I mean? It never really disappears. Hey, it's daylight. Go for the Max Payne, look. That's good, mate. Thank you. I appreciate that. I get very when you get nervous when you've changed your hair? Now, I've had this hair now for 3 months or whatever, so I've got over it sort of thing. But, that feeling, everybody's different. But for me, I get super nervous. When I first walk out of a hairdresser's or if I've shaved my head or whatever, I'm like... Do you know what I mean? And yes, Skinny Bob.
Talking gibberish again. Hope we can get more streams. Smile.
Gibberish? How bloody well dare you? Skinny Bob. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Skinny Bob of Chaotica. I haven't got room on the desk for all these things. Now go! And spread chaos amongst the masses. I left the music playing. I don't think I normally do that, do I? It's all a bit confusing for me. I must admit, this whole thing is rather confusing. I feel like I'm being bombarded by lots of signals, and my audio sensory stuff is starting to make me go. Hype Train level 2. It's telling me sub, gift, or cheer to get to the next level. You heard it. You don't need to do any of those things. So, I mean, if you want to get to level 3, you do, but you don't feel any pressure to. So, let me tell you, after all the waffle, and really, it's really nice to see you back, Daylight. I just want to say, Daylight, one of my longest, bestest buddies on the interwebs. I don't forget about these people. Periodically, every couple of weeks, or probably more like every few days, I think, I wonder how they're doing. I won't go into your personal life, of course, but I don't know. I when people move destinations, move houses, change jobs, any of those things, you wonder, don't you? Oh, I wonder how it's going with them. I wonder how they're doing. So yeah. Kevy D. God, we're on 56% now. Keep them rolling. Let's get us to a Hype Train 3 or whatever it means. Kevy D. 777. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Kevy D. 77. of Chaotica. Yes. Yes, now go! And spread chaos amongst the masses. Whew. The hype train thing happened. Something happened. I'm not really sure. I'm riding the wobbly sword. Don't clip that, you fuckers. Welcome back, Bart. I hope so. I hope everyone's well. Look, here's the truth of it, right? It's been a hell of a freaking journey these last bit of time for me. Shall I put on something a bit more upbeat? Bit like, just a little bit more upbeat. I don't know what that would be, to be honest. Something jazzy, something a bit jazzy. How about this? What's this? I don't know. I like that. Making me feel weird. So yeah, and it's all the love to you as well, Fierce. It's great to see you around. All of you peoples. I don't mean to pick people out individually. Strictly Fierce, Bart, Corbin, Kevy, Andy, Rakov, Daylight, Gecko Man. I'm not very much here for you. Hope you've been well. Mate, I appreciate that very much, and I hope you're well as well, Gecko Man. Twitch is currently doing some damage reduction while still trying to get most money, reducing the cost. Oh yes, I heard about that. 50-50 instead, allowing to stream on other platforms again. Still multi-streaming, except for Instagram, which is the streams anyway. So if anybody wants, did you just clip the thing? So if anybody wants to do me a favor, check if I'm on YouTube, because that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start doing them both now. Before people are like, oh, you can't do that. Just a fucking rebel, man. Just a rule breaker. I don't give a fuck. But I'm going to start doing both, and then I might start doing streams on YouTube. Basically, I've got new goals, man. New goals. And the new goals are, I need to get myself up to 1k subs on YouTube, and I'm currently on, I don't know. Oh yeah, and if anybody wants to do me a huge favour, please do sort of say something in the YouTube chat. And I want to see if it's going to come through on this chat. Because apparently you can make it do that. I don't think I've made it do that, but apparently you can make it do that. So, you know, I'm thinking about moving my main platform over to YouTube and investing lots of time and effort into getting the YouTubes flowing. And then once the YouTube's flowing, then I'll do a bit of a balance, a consideration as to where to move forward. Does that make any sense? I think that makes sense, personally. You see, because I've been putting loads of effort into the YouTubes over quite a long time now. Oh shit, yeah, I am. I'm live. I see myself. Okay. Look here, let me show you. So, you all know my YouTubes. I'm sure you remember it. Hey up, it's Carol. How are you doing? So look, I'm like live now, and seven people. All you 7 YouTubey people, you're amazing. The YouTube audience means a lot to me. So, you know, speak up in chat, and we'll see if we can actually read it. Let me do this and pause that here. Oh, okay. So it doesn't tell me what people are saying. Right, let me keep an eye on this. I'm gonna have to really work on this, aren't I? I see you all, and there's Rebel Scum! How you doing? Where are your beautiful locks of hair gone? Mate, I was going bald. I was going bald. You know what I was doing? You probably remember on the stream, I was arranging my hair. It's like, hey everyone, I'm not going bald, just don't lean forward. Oh no, I leant forward. And it was, things were getting, do you know what I mean? When you're arranging your hair to try and make it look like you're not going bald. And then one day I was like, fuck all this. So, right, I'm reading chat. I see Daylight Dave, Bart, Corbin, Strigley, Alavax, Peepoo Pappy. Thank you for the message on the YouTubes. I appreciate it. Subbed over on YouTube. Please do sub, because, mate, your subs mean so much to me on YouTube's. I'm on 659 subscribers. So, you know, you could be the 69 or something. You could be 660th person. I can't keep up with all the things that are happening. What was that? What was that? Biddy bing. It was Omni. Oh. Omni Ferris. On behalf of the wobbly sword of chaos, I knight you as Omni Ferris of Chaotica with extra wobbles. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. Yeah, I appreciate it. Mate, I'm getting the feels here a little bit. I'm getting the feels. First of all, right, I worried that people would say, what the fuck is up with your hair? Get out of my sight. Then I thought, I'm feeling nervous. You know, probably start the stream up, there'll be like one person there and they'll be like, who are you? Get out of here. And I start streaming and people are like, oh, I like the hair. That's good, right? And I've got all you nice, friendly people to chat to. And look at you all. Look at you all. It's a nice feeling. Makes me feel good. I really appreciate it. Have a look round. Like you say, it's the old gang. The old gang back in the fucking house, man. Samuel XL, fuck hair if you shave it all off, be an older brother. Yeah, well, like I say, mate, look, you know what's funny is, look, you can see where I was going bald. Look, I had a tuft at the front, I had side bits, but you see these bits here? They were going, dude. They were going. So off it goes. So yeah, it feels good. It feels really good, actually, to be back. Journey to 6,969. Yeah, exactly, yeah, double 69. So, yeah, so nice to see you all. I mean, yeah. You know what's a good thing? You know what's a good thing? I've got refreshed stories now. Too much high testosterone, man, for your hair. I mean, I've been losing the hair for ages, Andy. Do you remember I was saying I was going to the hairdressers and I was like, I think I'm going bald on top. You would tell me if I'm going bald on the top. And the hairdresser was like, no. And I'm like, okay, pretty sure I'm going bald on the top. How can I look at this? You know, because you can't really look at your own bald patch, can you? Do you know what I mean? And I said to the wife, I said, look, do you think they're just saying that because they want me to go and give them money to get my hair cut? And she's like, no. She wouldn't just lie to you because it's her friend was the hairdresser, you see. So I'm like, right, can you like say to her when I'm not there, please say to him if it's because he doesn't know whether to believe you or not. And she's like, right, yeah, I said it to her. And she said, no, you're definitely not going bald. And I'm like, well, what the fuck is this? Do you think I'm blind? It's good to see you in the community. Yeah, indeed, Carol. I ended up taking my test for my cyber security certification. Got stuck on something silly for 8 hours. You had 24 hours. Oh, so you were doing it from home or something? They didn't put you in a room slowly doing your exam for 24 hours. That would be horrendous. The hairdresser won't tell you, otherwise you won't go back. Well, that's what I thought, Beeblebum, you see. But I think there's like a little bit of a, what do you call it about it, isn't there? There's a bit of you know, it's like, oh, don't talk about if you're going bald or not. I don't give a fuck, dude. I just need to know if I'm going bald. And if I'm going bald, then I'll shave it off. I'm not going to be like, oh no, as if you said to me that I'm going bald. Now I'm all upset with you because, you know, who gives a fuck, you know? Yo, Daniel Woolman, good to see you, bro. You're in Norwood too. Over 90% of Caucasian men have a hair loss and most reached NW2 by age 25. Not really bald either way. That looks bad grown out. Yeah, I appreciate that, Daniel. It's a nice thing to say, mate. Truth of it is of course, that it was once you get to the point that you're covering up bits, then fuck all that. Do you know what I mean? Right, I'm going to keep an eye on... I tell you what, I've just realised. I can keep an eye on Twitch chat there, and I can keep an eye on YouTube chat here. Enable relay and end stream bot. I thought I had, Corbin. I thought I had restream bot, enable relay. Don't know how to do that, mate. Well, we'll look into that in the future. I've got 2 chats now. Boop. I've got 1 chat here, I've got 1 chat there. So I'll just keep an eye on between them. Yo, Lucas Panna, good to see you here. The Barbara had a mean streak. Yeah, I mean, truth of it is Rebel Scum. I think you'll remember me saying this for years. I was stressing out about... I didn't want to be Mr. Comb Over. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, he's going bald, but he's pretending he's not going bald, so he's covering it up with little bits of hair and stuff. It's like, the moment I reach that point, then I'm going to shave my hair off. I'm not doing the fucking comb over bullshit. I'm just not, you know? Getting earrings when you're bald makes you look more like a pirate. Yeah? I suppose so. Oh no, I can hear myself now. We're up to 661 subscribers. That's amazing. Straight up. We'll be there in no time. If I gain a couple of subscribers on YouTube, just occasionally, now and again, then I'll reach that 1,000. I don't know why 1,000 is the goal, but 1,000 is a goal to reach, isn't it? We have been having an extremely fun and successful raid group in Guild Wars 2, by the way, subs. That's really good. I'm really glad to hear that, Fierce, because the one thing that I really don't... that I really didn't want to happen was the Guild Wars 2 sort of activity to disappear off the face of the earth completely. Look, Ma, I'm on YouTube chat. I see you, Andy. I think everything's changed, Rocket Science, because with YouTube you needed to have this amount and that amount, and the sort of the access to monetization has just changed. That's all I know. It's just changed. They've clearly on a bit of a mission to overhaul YouTube. So there's this copyright thing. There's now you can monetize shorts. I don't know really what that means because I don't do shorts. But you know, whatever that means, they're changing a whole load of stuff with it. You know what I mean? With a bald head and a beard, you need to have the right shaped head. Looks like you were blessed with said head. Thank you, Kevy. I'll take it, mate. I'm glad I have the right shaped head. You were going bald, Dan. That was quick. Yeah, I've been. It's for a while, mate. 45. Well. Oh, it's my birthday today. I did the birthday thing over the weekend. Me and the missus went out, and for some reason I thought that it was Saturday. So yeah, I turned 44 today. Ooh, I think it's 44, 45, something like that. So yeah, today's the day, but shh, keep it quiet, keep it quiet. First thing this morning I was the man's B-Day. Thank you, I appreciate it. I just had to grow it out, have a bit of fun with it before. Yeah, well, that's what I did, Rebel. That's exactly what I did. I kept saying, didn't I? It's the last hurrah for having longer hair. Do you know what I mean? That's the reason I had so much fun with the hair, dyeing it ridiculous colours and stuff like that, because it's like, fuck it. You know, if this is the last hurrah, if this is the very last time that I get to go and sweep my hair back and have like a... oh... Andy! What the fuck are you doing? Ding, 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 ding. Andy Rakov has gifted Ven Rith, hello meow, Alan Paul, Snazera, and Beeblebum. Shh. Don't tell anyone what Andy's doing. Get in bloody trouble, you. You doing? I know, right, Andy? I couldn't believe it when I came into chat and did the... and please do raise the exclamation mark H. Exclamation mark. Oh, wait, just give me a minute, folks. I'll be back in just another minute. I was a bit worried the dog had... Give me a minute. Oh, it's that she'd run out of water. She'd run out of water, that's what it was. Yeah, dude, I still can't get over that, to be honest. Gifting all those subs. That's some next level support right there. The expensive scotch shall be poured. God, yeah, I do have a drink on me, you know. I mean, I'm not trying to say that people should all drink, but if there's ever a day to drink, it's today, I suppose. Celebrate my birthday. So YouTube Shorts are for those who have no attention span. So it's like TikTok kind of vibe, is it? How are you doing touring? Yeah, I'm doing good, mate. Right, so do you want me to tell you what I've been doing? I'll give you a kind of rundown so you can sort of hear what's happened in the last few months. So, obviously I decided to get myself a job. But it's not as easy as all that. You know, like, you've got to choose the right thing that's not going to drive you mad, and then you've got to make sure that you're not with people that's, you know, the people you work with are as important as the job you're doing. For me, I'm not going to... It's not like the job that I was looking for was something that I want to do for the rest of my life or anything. It's just, I don't care what it is. It just needs to be about 15, 20 hours a week. I literally couldn't care less what it is, as long as it's not working with the public. If I'm stood behind a desk waiting for the public to sort of walk in and stuff like that, then I'm just, nah, that's not going to work out for me, you know? So, for instance, things like cleaning. I'm up for cleaning. If I'm given a job, clean that, then I'll go and clean that. You know, that's fine. I can take my time, put my headphones on, chill out to some music, whatever. I really couldn't care less. Do you know what I mean? Yo, Troot. All the love, Troot. Bold move with the hair. Hope work is treating you well. Oh, you can't read what I'm saying. So, you can't hear what I'm saying because he's got no sound, he says. All the love to you, Troot. Uh-oh. Let's do this. Sorry, the multitasking here is nuts. Right. So yeah, anyway, I was looking for a different work or whatever. And at the bottom of my road, right, there's this place called Sparks. You know, I pass it every day when I'm walking down to the newsagents or whatever. And I never really even thought, like, what is Sparks? Well, check this, right? So Sparks is a place that, if you've been out of work for a while, if you're suffering with anxiety, if you're a little bit unsure what to do with your life, all of them things, then this place called Sparks, they just book you an appointment or whatever, and then you just chat to them. You know, I'm sure a lot of places have stuff like this. It's generally for, you know, you get them on estates and stuff that are quite maybe run down, or where there's a lot of people who need help. You know what I mean? Anyway, right, so this place, I can't express, right, just quite how amazing this Sparks place is. Because, you know, it's very easy, isn't it, for somebody to make it feel uncomfortable. Right, let's go through your CV. Let's write your CV. Right, let's talk about the different jobs you could get. It could be all stuffy and not feel comfortable. Do you know what I mean? But no. It's like the friendliest people. And I won't say the name of the person, but anyway, she was like, "Oh, you know, do you want me to be your sort of guide through this?" And I'm like, yeah, well, whatever, you know, whoever, I don't want to choose, sort of thing. But she was really friendly, and I got on with her well, and very down to earth. You know, not. You didn't feel like you were having a frickin' interview or something. Just a very friendly person, you know. And from the estate that I'm living on. Anyway, and So first things first, right? This is how off the net that I am, off the web. I don't have a bank account. Because, you know, I had bank accounts, but I stopped using them. And then I was like, fuck this. So I shut them down. So I hadn't had a bank account for freaking ages. Now I've got PayPal, but no bank account. So straight away they were like, right, let's get you a bank account sorted. Have you got a passport? No, I haven't got a passport. Like, my passport, right, was basically my house got burgled 15, 20 years ago, and they stole my passport. Right, so no passport. All right, I've got a driving license. No driving license. Right, okay. Have you got any photo? No, I don't have any photo ID. It's like, shit, this is going to be a problem. Now, of course, anybody who's gone to get a bank lately will know that you need not just photo ID, but you need a whole variety. Yeah, well, my PayPal is linked to my wife's bank account, Grimbringer. So if you were ever wondering, folks, why does it say, you've just sent money to Amy? Which I shouldn't have said her name. To my wife. Anyway, right. So I've always avoided saying her name on the stream because, you know, doesn't want me to use her name on the stream. So anyway, I went to this place, blah 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 blah. Right, ID was an issue, etc. etc. So she helped me with that. That was the first thing. Sending off to these various different places, trying to get ID, you know, and it's not as easy as you'd think. So we got the ID, right? And then I'm like, I went into the bank and they were like messing me around. Can you go and stand over there? You need to talk to the bank manager. You need to explain why you haven't got ID. Have you got this form of ID? And it just stressed me out. So next time I chatted to her, this is how cool Sparks are, right? Next time I chatted to her, she was like, oh no, that sounds awful. That sounds stressful. Right, should we jump into the car and go back? And I'm like, what, in your car? She's like, yeah, you know, I've got an hour for this appointment, so, you know, let's go. So I jumped into her car, we drove back to the bank, and, I mean, it was amazing. Seriously, like, I know some of you might not get this, why a person would need this, but I get anxious in certain situations, and then the anxiety leads me to get stressed, and then I'm sort of stressed, and I'm in this situation with this bank manager asking me questions. But she was like, I'll go first and just sort it all out. So we walked into the bank and instantly my heart started going, I don't want to be in here. And she was like, hi, this is my client. On behalf of my client, I'd like to go through all these different things. We're going to be opening up a bank account today. We shouldn't have any problems. Here's the ID. And it was like, oh, so I can just chill. It's like the heart palpitations slowed down, and before you know it, I was like, yeah, this feels actually really good. You know, I'm fine with this, obviously, because she was doing it all. And the thing with this, right, is that the reason I was getting anxious and stuff is because it's not something I'm used to doing. Putting myself in a position like that in a bank, whatever, right? Whereas she's doing that shit day in, day out. So she's like, the way that they talk to the bank manager, the way that they conduct themselves or whatever is just so on point. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's great service touring and it's completely free. That's the other thing. It's 100% free. You know, mate, there's some stuff to it, right, that starts getting to you. So, like, I'd be in this I've had an appointment there every week, right, for the last 3 months. And me and her just chat, you know, what do you think about the job? You know, is there anything else we should do? And she's really, really positive and encouraging, you know. And then I'll be like, oh, I don't know what to talk about this week. And she's like, oh, just talk about how you're feeling or whatever. I chat to her. And I said to her, you know, I'm not sure. Like, do I need to be coming in here still because I've got a job now? Or whatever. And she's like, oh no, I'm listed as I'm your life coach now. I have a job interview on Friday. Super nervous, don't need a new job, but looking for something less stressful. Room to grow, fingers crossed. Oh yeah, I hope you get it, Fierce. All the love, mate. Just gotta take some deep breaths, haven't you? Try your best to not be too nervous. It's easier said than done. I'd be super nervous. Yeah, I'd be really nervous. But you know, as long as you're yourself, like friendly, friendly, fierce, you know, then that's the best impression to give, isn't it? Than like, you know, worrying about it too much and stuff. Not very good advice what I gave there. Yeah, so she was literally like, yeah, I'm your life coach. And I'm like, whoa, life coach? Now, I don't know about you lot. When I hear the words life coach, do you know what I instantly think of? I think of some sort of like seminar with a guy with a pointy stick stood at the front and a whole crowd of people. And he's like, I don't know, say, I love myself in the mirror 10 times or something. You'd be like, I don't know. So that's how I was, you know, reading that a little bit. But no. What it means is, if I need a reference for a job, if I need somebody to guarantor for something or whatever, then she can write, I'm his life coach. Bam. Reference is given. Hey, balls. Good to see you here, mate. So yeah, long story short, every single hurdle that I've encountered, and it's great to see you here, Turin, by the way, as well. All love to you, mate. Yeah, every hurdle that I've encountered, and there've been lots, she's like, right, you know, pop in for another chat and we'll sort that out, whether it's the bank thing, problems at my work, right? So get this, right? Hey up, Jonas. Good to see you here, mate. Oh, Paul is well? Yeah, everything's good. It just makes me think of Pauline from League of Gentlemen. Yeah, life coach, yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe life coaches don't stand at the front of seminars teaching people stuff or whatever. I don't know what that is that I'm thinking of. But yeah, so she says to me, you know, here's all the different jobs. You know, we could do this, we could do that, we could do... But the issue is I don't really want to work 40, 50 hours a week. I think that'd be a bit too big a step, you know? All that had happened was... It's not that I'm lazy, I promise, right? It's not that I'm lazy, it's that going from one thing and taking a huge sort of like every day, and then the dog. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to leave the dog at home for that amount of time and all that stuff. So I was like, no. 20 hours a week would be great. Now, the issue with that, right, is most of these part-time jobs like that, they're like, come and clean this hotel 2 hours a day, 6 days a week. It's like, no, that's not, you know. So I realized basically what was happening was I was starting to be really picky. It's like, right, I want a part-time job. I'd prefer not to work, you know, I'd rather do 2 8-hour shifts than 6 3-hour shifts or whatever. So before you know it, I had all this list of things. I could have done one of those life coaches like 10 years ago, man. Oh, Rebel, honestly, absolutely amazing. Like, the more comfortable I've got with this life coach, the more I've realised that I can bring up anything. You know, anything, you know, when... Like a psychology session, like a... whatever, you know? Like if something's stressing you out or something's got you down or you're worried about anything. I could bring anything up with her and she's amazing, you know? So she's like my counselor, stroke life coach, stroke whatever you want it to be, you know? I've heard of life coaches basically scamming people one-on-ones of pop culture, love yourself stuff like you said. Yeah. Bad ones do seminars, yeah. A lot of stick thing, just exploit people. An actual coach that knows the job is a life changer. We know people who burn out, picking themselves up through coaching, yeah. Health issue, 4 hours is too much. Yeah, I mean, and what you've got to do is, what I've just, you know, she agreed with me, this life coach. She said, look, we've got to take these things slowly. You've been out of work for quite a while. The last thing you want to do is put yourself off. Get a full-on, full-time job, loads of pressure, and then start hating it. And then you're like, oh, work's not for me, you know. 9-to-5 job, I hate that. And before you know it, you've just totally ruined it for yourself. So she looked into all these different things, and I kept saying to her, look, can I not just find like a little cleaning job? Do you know what I mean? You can imagine me, can't you? Headphones on, they say, clean that. You know, whatever, I don't care. Clean whatever it is, as long as it's not something really grim. You know what I mean? Not like cleaning toilets or some shit. You know, and if you're a toilet cleaner, I apologise. But, you know, I don't want to be doing that. But, you know, some sort of building that needs cleaning or something. anything that you can just get on with the job with a small team at most. That's the conclusion I came to, you know. So anyway, flights cleaning a bank, no. Very good life coach, very well, not perfect. Help me move forward. Still need proper diagnosis after 40 years. Oh, Mr. Osmond. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me, Carol, because even your GP can miss those things. A lot of, unless you're an expert in, you know, neurodiversity, then it's quite likely you're going to miss these things. Like my wife, she works in that field, and a lot of the teachers that she worked alongside wouldn't recognize it in children. And for her, she was like, oh my God, as if you've got this far through the class, you know, maybe right near the end of the year, and only now you're questioning whether they are neurodivergent in some way, you know? Anyway, so she says to me, I think I've got an idea. There's a laundrette. There's a laundrette down the road. It's literally round the corner from us, 2-minute walk. So you could go there. You can choose your own days, right? So I can literally just go there and say, can I just do Wednesday and Friday, right? And get what you do. You're not in a laundrette cleaning, right? They send you to 5-star, really posh, self-catering cottages. Like, not hotels, like, you know, it'll be like an amazing apartment. You know, beautiful views over the beach, that kind of thing. Really expensive, like the kind of apartment that's like £1,000 for 2 days. So, you know, they're not cheap. I was like, you know what? That actually sounds like fun. Just go there, clean the thing, and because it's so expensive and they're 5-star, guess what? People haven't wrecked them. It's not like, oh, you know, they had a party, threw beer everywhere, and no. This is like people who, you know, they've stripped the beds, everything's perfect, there's a few crumbs on the kitchen surface. It's that kind of shit. And I found it really interesting. So anyway, she took me down there to this place, and woman there or whatever, and really busy laundrette, because they do all of the cleaning, but then they also clean these buildings, you know, like I say. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? This is fine. This is actually quite cool, because first thing I did, I realised I got put with this guy called Zach and his girlfriend, right? So it was me, Zach, and his girlfriend. I never got to know her name particularly, if you're wondering why I was saying his girlfriend. And we arrived there or whatever, and it's just like really, really, really posh apartment looking over the beach, and then of course they're all hooked up to the internet. So I was like, oh, can we put some music on? And they're like, yeah, we usually put some music on. So I'm like, nice. So I put on the YouTube, you know, chose the drum and bass mix or whatever. I was like, can I choose? And they're like, we don't care what music it is, just we like to have music playing in the background. All right, cool. And then I'm just there in this really posh apartment with drum and bass playing, you know, just polishing things. Yeah, polish a bit of that. Oh, there's a mirror. Bit of glass, you know, just on the mirror, clean the mirror, right? But here's the funny shit, right? So I'm like, you know, now I'm going to try and say this in a way that doesn't sound too harsh, but let's just be honest here. You know, people who work in certain jobs, right, and they've done it for years, they get real jobs worth about it, right? So for them, I find it really hard to negotiate the reality that they're living in. Everybody's different. Everybody's living in their own different sort of world, aren't they, if you know what I mean? But so I'm cleaning the mirror. The guy's like, so have you ever cleaned a mirror before? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, do you know how to clean a mirror? I thought, right, he needs to teach me how to clean a mirror, so I'll just let him roll with it, you know? So I'm like, go on then. And he's like, right. So this is the mirror cleaning stuff. It says on it, mirror and window cleaner. And I'm like, oh, right. okay. You know, like, there's only 3 things in the pot that we're using to clean. One of them says window cleaner, one of them says kitchen cleaner, one of them says general cleaner. So I could have guessed. But anyway, so he's like, right, so here's how it works. And I'm not joking, this is what he did. Spray the mirror, right? Then you see this cloth. I'm like, yeah? And how do you keep a straight face? He's like, then you rub the mirror. Right? And he just rubbed, go around the edges. And the edges. I'm like, right, yeah. Good. And he's like, now let me see you do it. He's like, oh, a little bit too much there. I try to use maybe just 2 squirts for a mirror of this size. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. And he's like, and then I start wiping it, and he's like, right, and you see the problem now? Like, no, not really. The 3 squirts means it's a little bit wet, isn't it? It's a bit wet, you're having trouble. And I'm like, yeah, no. And I kept laughing, and he kept looking at me like, what's there to laugh about? I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, is that okay? And you guess what? Can you guess what he did? This is what he does. No, there's a smear in the top right-hand corner. And I'm like, oh, you're right. You're right. You know, there is a smear in the... Yeah, I'll do it again. So I did it again. And he looks, and he's like, yeah, perfect. Perfect this time. Now, I did a real weird thing when I moved there. When I got the job, they said, what's your name? And I thought, I don't really want to tell them my real name. So I just said, my name's David. Don't even ask me why, right? But I told them my name was David, yeah? So they'd be like, David! And I'd be like, oh shit, yeah, that's me, isn't it? Yes. And they'd be like, well, so they were like, well done, David. No, that's perfect, David. That's what he said. That's perfect, right? And I'm like, oh, great, you know. Like, now that was a mirror. Yeah, that was a fucking mirror. Efficiency is key in any job, yeah. UV light on the toilet surface, see how well you're cleaning it. As a technique, not smear or leave. No, you just rub it, Carol. That's all it is. There's no technique. You just rub it with a cloth till it goes, right? Until the smears stop. But yeah, so I had this weird thing where that was a mirror. Now imagine that extrapolated to every single object or action you can do. So it's like, oh, have you ever polished before? And at this point, I'm like, fuck, basically you can't say no. So that first time, that first session, or whatever, the first day, was literally a sort of really, like, very serious training on how to move your arm in various different ways to clean various different objects. You know, and I very nearly said, dude, come on, mate. Of course I know how to use polish, but I just thought, nah. Don't. It's your first day. Don't, you know, rub him up the wrong way. You're probably going to be with this guy all the time, or whatever. And I know you're doing mental marshmallow. I hope you're well, mate. The assumption that a new person needs to be treated like a 5-year-old. Yeah, well, here's what I learned subsequently, right? This is what I learned subsequently. I've already said his name is Zach, so I'll roll with it. I'll you know, I won't hide his name. So I was like, oh yeah, so what is it you do generally, Zach? And he's like, oh, I like to play computer games. And I was like, oh, right, computer games, cool, man. You know, like I play a few computer games. You know, and he's like, right, what is it you play? I was like, and it was like, COD. Do you play COD? I was like, oh no, I don't play COD. And he's like, right, are you one of those, forgotten what he called me now. Are you like one of these Angry Birds? Like Angry Birds type? I was like, oh no, just don't play COD. You know, like various different games. I don't know, Subnautica, whatever, sandboxes. And he's like, right, so not a proper gamer then. Oh, fucking hell. You know, it's like, is he one of them? And he's like, and I said, So I said, well, I don't know. And I was, Space Games? Do you know any Space Games? And he was like, oh, I don't know. I know a few, No Man's Sky. And I was like, No Man's Sky, there's a game I've played. No Man's Sky, yeah. I thought, we'll make a connection here. And I was saying, I quite like No Man's Sky. It's kind of fun, you know, just trying to get through a few hours. Do you know what I mean? Trying to find some connection that wasn't about make a circular motion with the thing or whatever. And he's like, yeah, kind of for kids though, isn't it? All right. Well, no, I don't think they made No Man's Sky for kids necessarily. Do you mean the fact that it's quite bright and colourful and quite cartoony? And he's like, no, not enough CPUs to run it properly. Not enough CPUs. And he's like, yeah, you see, I find it difficult to talk to people who don't know much about like computers and stuff because, you know, I've been working in the industry for years now, and I'm looking at him. He's got a duster in one hand and all this stuff, and I'm thinking, working in the industry? What the fuck are you talking about? We're cleaning a house. You've got a mop in your hand. But anyway, and he's like, yeah, you know, you see, the thing is when they program these games, they try to populate them with lots of CPUs. And I was like, do you mean NPCs? He's like, no, not what? No, CPUs. Anyway, went wandering off, and I was like, what the fuck? I just got made to feel like I'm thick as you know, whatever, and he's talking absolute garbage, you know. So anyway, that was what it was like working with Zach, you know. At one point, right, we went to the door. The next day, went to the door. You know, you got a Yale key. Yale keys are those ones where you open the door with the Yale key, and if you shut the door, it automatically locks. It's not a long key, it's a very short, usually a bronze key, and it says on the lock, Yale, right? No, he wasn't trolling rocket science. This guy was, he was shocking, right? So next day we go there, he's got a bunch of keys. We're stood outside, he's trying the keys in the door, and I said, oh, I think Cheryl, the boss, said it was a Yale key. And he holds up, not a Yale key, a normal long key, and he's like, that's why I'm using it. I'm like, but that's not a Yale key. And he looked at me and he's like, and he's going through all these keys, and I could see the Yale key on the keyring, and I'm like, maybe you should try the bronze one? And I tried loads of different ways of saying it, and I was like, oh, fuck it. So we stood there for 10 minutes, maybe I'm exaggerating, 5-10 minutes, while he goes through every key, and then he was like, oh my god, turns out it's not even the Yale key. I'm like, no, but dude, that is the Yale key. And he's like, David, don't argue with me. He's got the key in the lock, and in the lock that he's just turned, it said Yale on it. So I was very nearly like, but it says Yale on it, dude. It says Yale. But I'm like, no. No. You know? So yeah, that was my life. That was my life, folks. You know, I went straight back to Michelle, my life coach, and I said to her, I said, look, you know, the job's all right. I'm polishing, I've got drum and bass playing, I'm looking over the beach, I'm able to take a break whenever I want. But this fucking guy, he's like looking at the smears on my mirrors and shit. And she's like, oh, no. That's going to drive you mad. You're going to end up having to do with him, aren't you? Because she got to know me a little bit. She was like, I just don't think that's very suitable for you. We need to get you somewhere else. And I'm like, maybe he'll turn out, maybe he's just a bit finicky to begin with. Do you know what I mean? I'm a very patient person. I can put up with random prick, whatever, It's not the end of the world. Yeah. He slowly drove me insane. It's the Yale key. I can't do that, Dave. Yeah, put a sticker on the key and collar it. If I choose it, then. Yale is a manufacturer. Obviously, if you've got a Yale lock, you'll know exactly what I mean here, folks. It says Yale on the actual lock on the door. So, the idea that he'd argue with me about it being a Yale key and then put his fingers right next to it and not read that it says Yale. But I don't know. People are funny, aren't they? Some people want to be right about stuff, and they say stuff, and maybe he himself realised, oh god, I'm talking total shit and I'm wrong, but he couldn't admit it or something. I don't know. Like I say, I'm quite a patient person. Whatever, you know. He's not having a go at me, really. I mean, obviously, he did say to me, you know, please don't argue with me, David, and stuff. Which is kind of interesting when your name's not David. So you sort of think, oh, this feels real weird. Like, the whole thing's fucking weird. Do you know what I mean? How are you doing, Alindria? Wisbit Gaming? Hey, all the love to you all. So there you go, there's my random story. Mate, I could tell you some crazy shit that went on. Everything from, you know, being taught how to clean various surfaces to, but it's all very boring. You know, essentially it was just a real job's worth, you know. At one point I was with a Filipino guy, he was really nice, but just apologised all the time. So it didn't matter what you do. You know, if you were like, oh, I'll just move this or whatever, he'd be like, sorry. It's like, no, dude, it's fine. You don't need to say sorry to me. I'm fine. And he'd be like, sorry. Like, oh, gosh, okay. You know, it's fine sort of thing. But that felt a bit weird. So, yeah, they're not really like me, I suppose. Do you know what I mean? Nothing in common. You know, and then at one point I was chatting to this Filipino guy and Zach was there as well. And he said... I said, oh, do you play games or whatever? And he said, you know, I probably plays Angry Birds like you or whatever. Filipino guy was like, I only play games on my phone. Or whatever. Oh, another Angry Birds play. What the fuck even is Angry Birds? I don't know. Might try and annoy you because he wants you to leave. Have to work hard to be his mate. Probably not worth it. Sounds like a proper Brit saying sorry all the time. Yeah, maybe Grimbringer. But yeah, so, you know, lowest fucking rung. Lowest sort of, you know, it's not a job that I cared about. It wasn't something that filled me with, like, you know, excitement to get there or anything. Do you know what I mean? Crazy tale of David and the random prick. Yeah. When you played Angry... So, I remember I had a hat that somebody said, oh, it's Angry Birds hat. And Angry Birds has been mentioned lots. It's just like a mobile game, is it? I don't know. An old mobile game, flash game, Angry Birds, pretty successful. Okay. Yo, Arnfred, welcome back. 2 movies. What, Angry Birds? Movies. I hate when people take one thing, even if it's true, keep saying it, commenting. Yeah, you know, so the conclusion I came to... So here's the thing. Do you want me to carry on telling you about this shit job? I'm sure you probably don't, do you? You know, I mean... Not really an exciting conversation, is it? So what I realised, right, is in the world of the laundrette, there are factions, right? So there's the in-house laundry faction, right? Then there's the... no, the job's not shit, it's the people. And this is what I'm about to explain why it was shit, right, Grimbringer? So there's the in-house laundry people who just stand there and feed clothes and stuff into this press machine. It's like, and the whole room that you're in is full of these laundrette, you know, tumble dryers spinning round this pressure machine, and it's loud. It's really loud. You know, so you walk in there or whatever, and they're there pressing the machine, and these 2 girls are there, and you know, this is the conversation. This is how I go, so how you doing then? Oh, I went out last night. And they're just talking like that. You're there, but they're shouting at each other really loud, right? Over the sounds of these machines, right? So, after that first day, within a week, Zach was like, right, we don't like Leanne. I'm like, oh, sorry, which one's Leanne? Well, Leanne's... You'll understand why we don't like her. You know, we call her... And they were calling her all these horrible names and stuff. And I'm like, mate, I don't even know which one she is. And I tried my best. I was like, I'm not really that bothered, if you know what I mean. I don't need your... I said to him, I don't really want to know who it is you do and don't like, because I can just make up my own opinion sort of thing about people. And I was saying to him, you know, I just treat people how they treat me, mate, you know. I know, like, she plays Angry Birds, yeah. And I was like, yeah, whatever, you know. And then within a week, there was this guy basically called Pete, right? They were like, oh, you haven't met Pete yet. I'm like, no, I haven't met Pete yet. Pete's the manager of you lot. I'm like, oh, right, yeah, when you meet Pete, you'll know about it. So it was all built up. You know, it's like, oh, fuck, what's it going to be like when I meet Pete, right? And then one day I go in, oh, Pete's back today. And I'm like, right, cool. Pete's fucking massive. Like, massive guy, quite, like, muscly or whatever. Like, real full on, you know, shake your hand, squeeze your hand when he's shaking it. And he's like, right, you know, my name's Pete or whatever. You probably heard of me. I don't take any shit. If you do right by me, I'll do right by you. You know, just do your job. And I'm like, yeah, mate, you know, I'm here to do it. It is what it is, sort of thing, you know. And so he wasn't like being a dickhead, but he was just really kind of full on, if you know what I mean. Anyway, we get in his car, right? No word of a lie. This is what it's like, right? We get in his car, and he's driving crazy fast. And then his phone goes, and he picks up his phone, and he's like, and his car's like very, like going off the road a bit. Like going, you know, he's losing control of the car a little bit. And then with one hand, he'd occasionally touch the wheel. Now I'm in the front seat like, oh my God. Like, what is going on here? I get so triggered by people who drive really badly like that, if you know what I mean. I hate it. But the way it works is, you see, is in order to do these different apartments that we were cleaning, they would drop you off there. So they take you there with all of the cleaning stuff and the laundry stuff or whatever. They drop you off. You give them a phone when you're finished, and they come and pick you up, say 3 hours, 4 hours later. You see? So it's fucking lunatic driving along, and then he'd be like, and I'm really not exaggerating, right? We'd come to a roundabout. There'd be people going around the roundabout. One of them would cut him off or whatever it is that people do. I don't know. I don't drive cars. And he'd lean out his window and scream out the window. Yeah, fucking, like, yeah, the fuck out. I'm like, oh my God. Like, do I say something? You know, do I say, hey, dude, can we calm it down a little bit or whatever? But I realised quickly, without going too deeply into him, the guy was like really highly strung. You know, one of these people, if anything went wrong, if he had the wrong key, if he'd forgotten something back at the laundrette, it was, you know, talking to people on the phone, getting really pissed off, throwing his phone down into the well of the car, you know, where your feet are, and all the rest of it. You know, and within a week, he sat me down, and when we arrived at one of these apartments, he went, so how'd you like the job then? I'm like, oh, it's all right, mate, you know, it is what it is. It's just a minimum wage job. I'm just here to do it and go home. Don't really give a fuck, you know, sort of thing. I was very straightforward with him. And he was like, right, let me tell you right now, the boss couldn't run a fucking bath. Let alone the business. She couldn't even run a fucking bath. He's waiting for my reaction, and I'm like, so if you have any problems, come see me. Don't go see her, right? Don't go see her. I'm like, all right, so you're saying I work for you, or do I work for her? Which one do I work for? Because I don't really care that much, to be honest, mate. And he's right, well, I'll explain, right? She's my daughter, your boss, Cheryl. That's right. That's my daughter's husband's mum. Right? Turns out the whole fucking thing's incestuous as you could imagine. It was shocking. It was like, right, so Cheryl, who I've met, who I'm working for. What's she? Oh, the business is split in two. So, Cheryl's daughter owns the side of the business that is cleaning the apartments. Her husband, or something, oh, I don't know, it was all like sisters, brothers, my auntie, or whatever. And you're like, right, so this Gemma girl, she owns the business, and that's her mum. And that's your daughter. That's your daughter. He's like, yeah, and I'm like, so will I ever meet this girl, sort of thing? And she's like, oh, no, she lives in Portugal. I'm like, right. So the boss lives in Portugal. Yeah, but she just leaves it for her mum to sort out, and that mum, yeah. So that was his daughter. Even I get confused with it, mate. absolutely random as fuck. So basically, every new person you'd meet, you'd be like, all right, what's his name? This guy called Roy or whatever. They're like, oh, this is Roy. And I'm like, all right, Roy, how's it going? Yeah, I'm Cheryl's brother. You're like, right. Wait, what? So you're the daughter's wife's husband? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so incestuous. It's totally fucked up. And, but the two sides of the family, this is what I'm trying to get at here, the two sides of the family didn't get on. So you would, you know, it was made very clear to me, you know, Cheryl couldn't even run a bath, let alone the business. If you ever have any problems, talk to me. I'll talk to Gemma. We bypass Cheryl. I'm like, right, okay, but she's the woman who actually employed me. She's the one who's paying me, sort of thing. And he's like, no, Gemma's paying her and she's paying you. And all right, whatever, man. You know, and then the next time I get put with this girl called Leanne, right? And she seemed really nice. Leanne, I mean, she was a bit of a, you know, she kept saying, I'm a 5-star cleaner. Like, right, cool. Sounds good. So you're someone I could learn about 5-star cleaning from then? These are the sort of things I'd say. Because I'm like, is that what you're supposed to say? I don't know. So I'd be like, cool, you know, it'd be good to learn from a true 5-star cleaner. It's very difficult to say that shit without laughing. But, you know, it is what it is, isn't it? And so she would teach me these random things. Things like with toilet roll. She'd be like, so when the toilet roll is fresh and hasn't been used, we like to get it and we fold it over like this and then we fold it like that. And then it shows the person who's staying here that it's like, okay. Weird fucking toilet roll folding thing. But you can guess what's going to happen here, can't you? Can you guess? Leanne was like, so do you like Zach? I'm like, I've only worked with him a few times. I don't like Zach. I'm like, right. Bit full on, isn't he? Like, yeah, I mean, you know, now you say it, I suppose it's true. He is quite full on. He likes to sort of teach. Yeah, we don't like Zach in the laundrette. Like, right. When you say we, who do you mean? People in the laundrette. You know, we're a bit different to the people who come out. And I'm like, holy fuck. Like, the teams, dude. Every time you were between the two different teams, they would all bitch and moan about the other group, and it was all real, like, horrible bitchy drama, you know? And then if you walked in with a certain group, you'd walk into the laundrette and it would all be going, brrr, all these sounds of the machinery and stuff, and you knew those people there do not like those people. But once you knew, I didn't realise when I first went in there, but once I knew, you'd walk in there and they'd all be like, they're all like talking to each other, but you can't hear them because of the machinery in the room. If you stood right near them, you'd hear them going, you've seen the look on Zach's face. Oh, he thinks he's so smart, doesn't he? Zach thinks he's so clever because he could do. And that's what they would literally be saying it about the person who's 10 foot across the room. So yeah, it was pretty unbearable. It's like, dude, I don't care about these feuds, you know. So the next time I was, this is turning into a too long a story, but the next time I'm in the, because I told Michelle about this, my life coach, and she was like, fuck, we need to get you out of there. This is going to end badly. I'm like, no, it's all right. I'll just do a week or whatever. And she's like, well, just promise me you'll put headphones on, even if you're pretending to listen to music in the car with that guy called Pete. She said, I don't like the idea of you being in a car with some lunatic called Pete. I don't like it. She was like, I want you to leave this job. But for some reason, I didn't leave it. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, I'm in the car and Pete's like, so you met Leanne then, did you? I'm like, yeah, me and Leanne did yesterday. And he's like, what did you think of Leanne then? And I was like, right, this is it. I've got headphones in. I'm pretending to listen to music, and he's talking to me, and I couldn't pretend because I'm not very good at sort of pretending like that, you know. So I said, right, and I took a deep breath. I went and I did it. I was like, affirmative. Be affirmative. Do you know what I mean? Be what's the word? On it, sort of thing. So I took my headphones off and I was like, right, I'm just going to explain something really quickly here. And I don't mean this in a funny way, but I'm not interested in any drama, teams, people who don't like each other. I've already said this to Zach, but I'll make up my own mind about who I sort of don't like or whatever. But, I said, I really don't mean this in a funny way, but I'm just not interested in the drama. I said, now, if you want to pay me extra money for the overtime that I'm worrying about the stressful things you're telling me, then that's fine. So if you're going to sort of tell me something, I'm going to worry about it tonight when I go home and then come in, you can pay me for those extra hours that that I'm worrying about on an evening. But if not, I'm not interested. I thought that was quite good. I just rolled with it. It just came out. And oh my God, it was just total silence in the car all the way there. And then I realised they think I'm on Team Leanne. They thought I was on the other team sort of thing. So that was it, I was on neither team. I was like, everyone thinks I'm a weirdo, So yeah, it went downhill from there, let me just say that. I'm microdosing, I'm standing a lot. Since I'm microdosing, I'm standing a lot stronger in my shoes to handle such stuff pretty quick and short. I don't see a reason anymore and get wound up. Shit's about opening up my mouth. Yeah, well, you know what I'm like, Exile, you've known me for years. And I try to avoid stressful situations. I try to avoid conflict. And to be perfectly honest, I don't care about some random bloke at a fucking cleaning job. And that's why I said to him, I said, dude, it's just a minimum wage job. I'm just here to do the job. And I said to him, and I'm not being funny, but I'll get quite good at this because it's not that complicated. So I'll do it, and then I'll do it to quite a high standard. And that will be something that because Michelle kept saying to me, my life coach, why is it you want to go back next week? And I was like, drum and bass, cleaning the apartment. I just need to fix the problem of the idiots I'm working with. And that's headphones and just ignoring them. So I figured, now some of you might not get this, right? But for me, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it properly. So I was like, you know what? I'm getting paid to do this thing. So I'm going to make sure that this place is fucking clean. No dust anywhere. Do it properly. Get it right. If there's little mats that you put your coffees on the table, let's arrange them properly. Let's get it all done. Boom, perfect. To the point where when you finish the room, you've done the skirting boards, everything's done, everything's great. Then you step back and it's really posh. You look back in the room and you go, right, is there anything? If I walk into this room and I've paid £1,000 for 2 days to stay here, is there anything? Is there a dusty crap thing there or something? So I was doing it and I was actually quite enjoying the meticulous sort of slightly OCD element of it, of let's get this room absolutely spotless, How you doing, Lily Dark? All the love to you. Pretend to be on the other side, the people who are here to talk to you. Well, I wasn't pretending to be on the other side, I just didn't realise that in their world, Tayson Savan, you're on one team or the other. You can't not be interested in drama, because the drama is what fuels their day. I worked this out a month or two in, that for them, the thing that gets them through the day is talking shit about each other and all the drama. For me, I'm like, I want to relax and, So there you go. But yeah, man, it went so downhill. 5 days ago I left this job, and 4 days ago or something, and yeah. I went into work, right? I went into work. The day before, she'd said to me, can you come in at 10 in the morning? And I'm like, yeah. I got there at 10, and then she said, what are you doing here? I'm like, I'm here at 10 o'clock for the job or whatever. And she's like, no, shouldn't be here till 12. Right. You told me to come in at 10. She went, no, David, I didn't tell you to come in at 10. That's a lie. I'm like, deep breath. Okay. And she's like, and I was like, so should I just kind of go home or something? Because I've got to walk back or whatever. And she's like, should we find something for David to do? And I'm like, I guess we'll find something to do. She's like, you can clean all the hoovers. They've got about 10 fucking hoovers that they haven't cleaned in 6 months. Sorry, my dog's having a bit of a wobble. I'll be back in a minute. This way. Sounding like half the temping jobs I ever did. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's horrendous, mate. It's just, what are you going to do, eh? When I was cleaning, she passed me these hoovers, and I was like, do you want me to just sort of clean them all? What's the job? And she's like, well, you got 2 hours, go on with it. And she gave me a pair of scissors, and I won't go too deeply into this, folks, but there was so much crap wrapped around these hoovers, you know, the front bit that spins, that I filled up a plastic bag half full with hair. It was all, and I'm like cutting this stuff out of the hoover, like, cutting it, pulling out fucking hair and shoelaces and bubble gum, and I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. It was just, you know, when you have that moment where in your head you're like, no, absolutely not. How you doing, Sixin? All the love to you, mate. So yeah, I'll tell you anyway how I finished the job, right? So after I'd done the hoovers and all the rest of it, I went in the next day. Because right, so I went in, and she said, oh, good, David's here. Like, oh, right, why? So whatever, she went, could you come over here, please? And she had all the staff in a circle, right? And she was like, this is unacceptable. We will not have this ever happen again, or whatever. And I'm like, sorry, I'm late. What's happened? Sort of thing. And she's like, look. And on this desktop, there was like a bakery bag with a sausage roll in it, and a bit of toilet roll, and I don't know, a nail and a key, this sort of shit. Like, right? What is it? Sort of thing. And she's like, these were found in the bags. Like, right, sorry, what bags? She's like, oh, in the yellow bags, David. You know, if you look, every one of these bags has a name on it, and these bags that have these names on, they're supposed to be kept clean. I'm like, I haven't got a bag with a name on it. And she's like, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everybody. And I'm like, so I looked down, like I was being scolded by a teacher and I was a naughty little boy. That's how it felt, right? Well, she started saying things like, I'm going to be keeping an eye on who's putting the rubbish in, and when I find out who's been putting the rubbish in the bag and not keeping it clean, there'll be hell to pay. And in my head, I'm just like, I'm about to lose the fucking plot. Don't say anything, you know? And she's like, and then of all the things she could have said, right? This went on for like 5 or 10 minutes with her going on about how she's going to find out who it is and it's outrageous or whatever, you know? And then I was like, I kept thinking in my head, do you say, so you know when you're trying to hint to someone that they're being over the top, but within a really careful way? So I was like, so is it just the nails and the bits of rubbish that were in the bag? I'm sorry, I don't quite get it, sort of thing. They all looked at me like, ooh, questioning it, you know? But what I was trying to do was say, you're being really full on about something that really doesn't matter. That's what I was trying to say, but in a nice way, you know? And she went, no, I mean, she said, you know, here's an example. She said, the Hoovers, you didn't even bother cleaning the Hoovers out when you'd finished your job yesterday. So those hoovers get cleaned all the time. They're always clean. But yesterday, when you finished, you didn't empty out the hoover. And I'm like, what the fuck? I cleaned the hoovers yesterday. So, and some of the hoovers, right, are so broken that they've got gaffer tape on them to hold them together. So, you know, she was like, you know, and then she said, you ready? This was the moment where I thought, nah, fuck it. She went, guys, just have some pride. Have some pride in the job. Have some pride in yourselves. I mean, really. It's like, honestly, you know that, I don't know what you lot are like, right? Everybody's different, of course. I shouldn't lump you into a homogenous whole, but for me, when I get angry, I know if I open my mouth, I think in my head that I'll say, I do have pride in my job, right? But I know from experience that when I'm angry and I'm shaking a little bit, if I open my mouth and talk then, I aren't going to say I have pride in my job. Something really bad's going to happen, right? So I was like, well, and you know when you start talking and your voice is bristling with anger. So everybody, all the staff looked at me like, oh God, he's really angry. Because my voice was almost shaking a bit, you know? So I was like, well, the thing is if the hoovers weren't all half broken, then we could probably use them. You see, here's the thing, right? Generally, when you work somewhere, the tools you're given to do the job, it's quite important that they work and they're not half broken. When you've got hoovers that are broken, covered in hair, mop heads that stink of rot and mould, and she's like, what did you say about my hoovers? And I was like, do you know what? I think I've had enough, actually. I'm gonna go now, and I probably won't be back or whatever, right? And I turned to leave, right? This is where it gets crazy. I turned to leave, and her husband, Roy, grabbed me by the shoulders. Honestly, I'm not joking, right? Grabbed me by the shoulders as I was trying to get past him to leave, and he went, our hoovers aren't broken. Shook my shoulders. Our hoovers aren't broken. And I was like, whoa, dude, what are you getting in my face for? Well, don't get in my face about what the fuck, sort of thing. And it's hard to not laugh, isn't it? It's like, are you starting a fight with me over a hoover? What is going on here? No, dude, Kevin, he's like 70-year-old. She's just downstairs. She's so old now, she's senior, that she has to drink lots of water. So I let her downstairs, and she's just sitting, drinking water downstairs. So he shook me around or whatever, and I was like, dude, please don't get in my face, and can you get your hands off me or whatever? And he's like, I just can't hear us about hoovers or whatever. And then Zach, you heard it, you know what's gonna happen. Zach jumped up and went, so here's the deal, right? You don't get to talk to her like that. You don't get to put down our job. And he started waving his fingers in my fucking face or whatever. This story's getting a bit dark, but I'm just gonna have to tell you because this is what happened. And I was like, Zach, don't talk, don't shout in my face. What the fuck? And he's like, I'm not shouting. And I was like, blah, 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 you know. And then Roy was like, Zach, don't start a fight with David. And I was like, no, you really don't want to start a fight with me, Zach, because I'll just knock your fucking head off. Because I was pissed off by this point. And Zach was like, no, you weren't. Come on then. And I'm like, mate, you're like 5'6". What the fuck? Get away from me, sort of thing. So I had, sorry if anybody here's 5'6", but you know, the guy barely got past my shoulders, and he was really thin and whatnot. And I just kept looking at him, thinking, I could like just pop your head. Not that I would. But you know what I mean? When you're angry and you got some guy. So, yeah. I was like, I've got to go before this gets really bad, sort of thing. And they were like, no, you're going to go into the back room, because all of the people because they had people trying to, you know, that was the front of the shop. So they're like, you're embarrassing in front of the Customers. They're like, the customers are here now, David. Get round to the back. So they took me round to the back, and I'm there in a room with like 8 staff members. Roy going, I can't believe you said that about my Hoovers. Zach had been sent away because, you know, they couldn't hold him back. They were holding him back, and he was like, let me at him about my Hoover. And they were saying, right, deep breath, David. Deep breath. We'll forget anything happened. Now just go to work. I'm like, what? No, I'm not. I don't want to work here anymore. Roy just started on me about a Hoover, and Zach just offered me out, like throwing his fists in my face. I'm going to now leave. And they were like, no. Take a deep breath. I'm like, yes. And they're like, right, it's passed. Get in the car with Roy and off you go. I'm like, no, nothing's passed, mate. Fuck your job. I'm out. And walked down the corridor. As I was walking down the corridor, Roy was like, don't you do that to my wife. And I'm like, Roy, please, dude. You're like 75 years old. I wasn't aiming it at your wife. Whatever, mate. You know what I mean? And then Leanne was like, go back to your wife, you stupid loser. You don't even, this is what she said, she went, you don't even have a phone. That's how much of a loser you are. I stood there and I'm like, what the fuck? So that was the final thing that was said. It was ringing around my head afterwards. I was like, I don't even have a phone, and that's how much of a loser I am. I kept trying to work out the sort of... She was like, she said something like, go back to your wife who had to buy you the phone because that's how much of a loser you are. I know it's not much of an insult. It's a very strange insult. I was just like, what in the fuck is actually going on here? Yeah, and then, can you guess what they did? They phoned my wife. Because they had the missus's number. Yeah, they phoned up the missus and said, you know, we just wanted to tell you to tell David that, you know, we don't hold a grudge, and if he wants to come in tomorrow like normal, we'll forget everything happened or whatever. Yeah, I know, Fierce. This is how fucking weird they are, right? But I phoned my missus on the way back. I was so livid, sort of thing, that I phoned up the missus and I was like, yeah. So I walked out on that because I do have a phone, you know. The missus had bought me this stupid phone and I'd been taking it to work with me, and I must have said that to them. Oh, I don't normally have a phone, but my wife bought me one specifically for this job so I don't get stuck. Whatever. Too many fluorides in the water over there, methinks, says Rebel Scum. Yeah, bang on. Sounds like an episode of British Empire. So I'd left a message on my wife's phone saying, yeah, I walked out of that job. I got really annoyed. This guy started on me over a Hoover, but I said to her, I'm quite proud because even though he put his forehead to my forehead, you know, that thing where someone puts their forehead to your forehead and looks you right in the eye, and for me that's right in my personal space. In the past I would have reacted really badly to that, you know. It would have ended up, I'd have probably just punched him, you know. But even if he is 75, it's quite difficult when somebody gets right in your personal space, puts their forehead to your forehead, to not react when you've been attacked in the past. The fear leads to a reaction, you know. So I said, you know, and so I left the message and I said, you know, and he got right in my face and he stared me down. I said, but I didn't punch him or anything. I'm on my way home now, and I'm gonna get I'm gonna get myself a sausage roll from the bakery and just chill out at home. That was the message I left, you know. So my wife had got my message, and then pretty much 5 minutes later they rang her up, and you don't want to talk to my wife when she's very protective over me, you know, and she's very official, you know. She's now the lead person in her job, and she's, what's the word? She's really professional. She's very not to be messed with. you know, don't fuck with her. Do you know what I mean? So straight away she was like, no, I don't know anything about this, but let me tell you what I think about your company, your lack of professionalism, some of the stories that David has told me since he's worked there. And apparently they were going, yeah, no, listen to me, yeah, listen to me, and because that's how they all talk, you know. And she was like, Cheryl, I'm not going to argue with you. Be quiet. You know, and obviously, whatever she said to them, she ended it with, I will never let him step foot in that door of that abysmal place ever again. You're lucky I don't, you know, report you for a lack of care or whatever, you know? She'll have said something, she repeated it to me and I was like, oh God. But she was saying about how they have a duty of care towards their staff, and I'd been referred there through this Sparks project, and the Sparks project were given the promise that they are used to working with people with anxiety, and therefore they would always make sure that I was in a position where I wouldn't get too pressured and they did the exact opposite. So she was like, you have a duty of care to this person and you're an absolute joke, you know? So I was like, yeah, I don't need to feel, because, you know, you feel funny after things like that, don't you? You feel like you want to almost phone them up and say, you do realise that I wasn't in the wrong and that you people are awful and you treated me like shit. And I was actually, you know, I was doing the job. I was always on time. You know, when you get wronged, you feel like you want to you want them to understand why they're a shit show. So I had that feeling inside me, you know. But after chatting to the wife and her telling me about the phone call, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm actually fine with this now, you know. The wife who is amazing. Oh, mate, the missus is amazing. She's so she started working as a total off ramp from that horrific subject. She started working. She was a teacher, teaching young children, primary school, you know, when I first met her. And then she became a SENCO, which is the special needs education coordinator or something, I guess. Special education needs coordinator or something. So basically, you know, you have one SENCO or possibly two for a large school. And what they do is any children that need special provisions or, you know, that are neurodivergent or whatever, in whatever way, any child that's suffering in the school system, she will special provisions for them, sensory rooms, whatever it is, you know, she's there for them children, you know. And what she encountered, of course, was loads and loads of teachers that didn't understand even the very basics of it. So they would treat these children like, no, they're just acting up. They're just being naughty. It's like, no, they've got ADHD or they're autistic or whatever. And they're like, well, he won't sit still. And it's like, yeah, because, you know, so she encountered this awful, stressful environment in a lot of the schools she worked in. And she worked in the largest school in the whole of Yorkshire, largest primary school. So you're talking like hundreds of staff and absolute mayhem, and hierarchy in schools is really strict, you know. So like I was talking about in that job that I was in, you have groups fighting against each other, managers, year leads, some year leads want to become the deputy head and the deputy head, all that crap. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, after years and years of it, she ended up going off with stress because she was fighting against these people who were treating her as though she was just this soft touch. Oh, you just want to let the kids get away with everything, and we want to, you know, sort out their behavioural issues. And she's like, no, I want to sort out their behavioural issues, if that's the way you want to put it, but the right way, with modern teaching practices, you know what I mean? And eventually the whole thing stressed her out too much, you know. She must be busy. I swear all kids suffering. The thing is, Tayson, it's amazing the stories she would tell me. children who arrive at school and don't know, for instance, how to pick up a knife and fork. Like, they're looking at the knife and fork like they don't even know how to hold it. That's how bad it is. She doesn't... I shouldn't really talk about these things because they're kind of private, as in she shouldn't even really tell me. But, you know, it's important to... I won't say names, of course, but for instance, children who just make cat noises. They've not learnt how to speak. They literally just make the sounds of a cat or a dog. You know, it's like, what the fuck? What have the parents been doing? Sort of thing. So, you know, obviously that's the very worst. You know, and we are in a very, very, very deprived area. You know, worst 5-10% of the most deprived area in the whole of the England. You know, and you can sense it. You know, they'll come into school with like literally no socks on. You know, they might have shoes, but no socks, no coat when it's winter. Really hungry because they're not being fed properly and unable to use knives and forks or talk or, you know, and it's pretty tough, isn't it? Brutal. How are you doing, Payne? Yes, welcome to the Baldy Club. I'm doing good, thanks, Payne. I'm somehow waffling. Big surprise, eh? ADHD is a really bad misunderstanding. There's so much to it. I don't blame... You know, if you're like a 50, 60-year-old teacher, right, that's worked in education your whole life, but you haven't, you know, if, say you are a 50, 60-year-old teacher, ADHD and autism and any sort of neurodivergent sort of theories or whatever, you weren't even taught them. When you were learning to be a teacher 30, 40 years before, those words didn't even ever come up onto the radar. Do you know what I mean? So I do understand how teachers can be in that situation, but what I've never understood is how they can go to war with a brand new teacher that's fresh from sort of being taught about these things and act as though that they know everything because they've been teaching for 40 years, you know? So anyway, my wife went off with the stress of all that. And she applied instead to the university. This is like 3 years ago now or something, 2 years ago. And at the university, she was going to be teaching upcoming teachers on modern practice, you know? So obviously her old staff members, they were like, oh my God, now we're going to be getting employees, our new employees are going to be taught by the person that we can't stand, who we think has got bad teaching practice, if that makes any sense, right? But in the 2 years that she's been working at this university, now she's lecturing around the country, doing these lectures at different institutions on, you know, on the most modern sort of teaching practices and, you know, stuff that I barely understand it, you know. It's really complicated, you know, and then she's done a master's and then she's working on towards the PhD and all the rest of it. But she's done so well in this job that she's just applied 3-4 months ago to be what they call the team lead. So instead of it being her part of a team teaching university teachers sort of thing, now she's writing the course. So yeah, so now she has these university lecturers coming to her and saying, this is the course I've got planned, could you look over it and make sure it's, you know, suitable, and then writing new courses, and, you know, so she's worked her way, even in these 2 or 3 years, right to the top of this institution. I mean, obviously there is above that, she's the course leader, and above that there's a couple more, you know, you could go higher sort of thing. But yeah, it's quite a joke, isn't it? There's me, left school when I was, 15. You know, I'm not really very academic, do you know what I mean? And then I've got this partner who's like touring the country doing lectures. So there you go. It does make me laugh sometimes when we have arguments, you know? It's always an interesting argument. Do we get a game on your first day back? I'm not sure, Tayson. I wasn't sure, mate. I just thought I'd come in, chat shit. I actually thought I'd be really, really nervous and I'd just turn the stream off after half an hour. But I didn't think that. I wasn't sure what to think. I felt so nervous when I turned the stream on. Like, almost shaking in my freaking chair. So tempted to get the clippers out and do a 0 all over. I need that beard, though. Fun, look cool. Well, the beard, Jimmy, I felt a bit funny about that because, like Tayson Savan said, it's like you've upside down person, isn't it? I'm not sure if you should have more hair underneath your nose than above it. But I've got used to it now. I quite like the thing, you know. Basically, the missus was like, "Can you not let your beard grow very long?" She prefers it if it's really short. But when I'm using the clippers, I was using the 3mm or whatever it is on the beard, and then it just looked like I hadn't shaved. So I was like, I just look like I'm being lazy and I haven't shaved. So what I'm instead doing now is I'm going for the 6. It's just 6mm. So 6mm, and then at least it's like, yeah, no, it is a beard, but it's still very short. I'm not going to go for the full, you know, because, I mean, I could for a laugh, but I don't really know why, sort of thing. I don't know why I would do that, you know? Especially because the missus doesn't want me to. There's autism, selective, elective mutism. Yeah, you see, these are the words that, speech, language issues, all count for that. That's mutism, to be honest, I'm not a specialist. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love listening to, when the wife is she pre-records lectures sometimes that become part of a course. So it's a bit like a podcast with another expert on special education or whatever needs. As you can hear, I don't really know the terminology very well, but it's crazy when she does these podcasts and you hear you know, like a lawyer or something, when they say their knowledge is so deep that they'll be like, but according to this paper that was written this year, and they'll come out with all these facts. And when she's in a situation where she's doing a podcast with someone who's of an equal sort of level of expertise, they go back and forward. And it's like, holy shit, listen, she's like really pro sounding, you know? I think so, Lily. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole world that my wife is involved in that it's not that I'm not interested, but I don't, like, she talks to me about stuff and I listen, but then I'm aware I don't really understand what she's sort of saying. Do you know what I mean? So when she's sort of like, she comes to me, right, Lily, and says, how can I set up this podcast to make it look more professional? So she'll get my input on, you know, stream sort of related things on, you know, like if you look at a scene like this, I'd be sort of showing her a scene like this and saying, well, look, that could be, if you could set yourself as the main talker, and then in that box over there, you could have the person you're talking to, and you could swap them around, and you could put a background on. So I'll help her out with stuff like that. But I think she knows not to get too deeply into the sort of full-on tech talk. But yeah, I'll ask her if you want, Lily, and send you a link if you're interested. You must need, so much research, Jimmy. Honestly, the books she has downstairs, sometimes I read them, I'm like, I can't even read the title. Like, I'm definitely not, you know, she always says to me, well, you're not stupid, sort of thing. You know, I'm quite on it, in a way. I probably could have done really good at school, even though I didn't, because I left school before, you know, I left school, or whatever, you know? So I'm quite, I'm not academic at all, but I can hold my own to an extent. Do you know what I mean? But that doesn't matter. When I read some of the stuff she was doing for her masters or whatever, you know, when you really struggle just to get through a paragraph, like the words, you just don't have any, background in it, you know? So when they talk about epidemiology and stuff like that, I sort of go, I don't really know what epidemiology is. You know what I mean? Not stupid. School doesn't mean intelligent. Far from it. No, well, this is the thing. And you know, I can only be honest. I get a bit triggered with the whole education thing because my education, my life or whatever as a young person, I went 4 different schools. I was expelled from school. It sucked for me. It was not a fun experience. It was fucking awful. You know, when you get labelled as the naughty kid, which is what happened with me, that school's stuffed then, because all the teachers treat you like a certain way, because in the staff room they're probably talking about you, and you know, if you do something that's pretty full on, then the whole school gets to know about it. So not only do the kids treat you a certain way, you know, like, hey, you're the rebel or whatever, but then you start acting up to it. And obviously when you're young, you have all sorts of issues with your own self-confidence, lack of acting out, doing whatever. That's bad enough. But when you move to a different school and you're known as the really naughty kid that had to be thrown out of that school, then you arrive, you've got no real friends in your particular year. All the groups are made. They're all done. The groups are done. You're this outsider coming in. And all the teachers are like, we're not having what you did in that last school happen here. So they start treating you right from the start like you're a problem. And the same with all the kids, all the tough kids, all the tough boys in the year, like test you, you know, oh, you're supposed to be the trouble causer, the tough guy or whatever, right? Let's start a fight with you or whatever. But when you've done 4 schools in a place as small as Scarborough, where I was brought up, it was like, you know, yeah, I mean, literally like a leper, you know? It was I shouldn't say literally like a leper, because I don't know what it'd be like to live the life of a leper. So, you know. To be honest, except for my brother, all the highly educated people now have a shit job, all the non-educated ones have a good one. Yeah, well, here's the thing, Exile. What I've noticed is some people just stick to academia. So they do a master's, they do a PhD, they become a lecturer. That's the closest they're going to get to sort of a job that's not academic. But some people, and you know, my wife encounters these people a lot, they don't work in any schools or anything. They just move on from one course to the next course to the next course to the next course. It's all about academia, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's quite random when you have something like the life coach I was talking about at that Sparks place. She'll coach certain people at the universities, so she'll be sitting in a room with lots of university lecturers, and they'll say, oh, so what did you get your degree in? And the life coach will say, oh, I don't have a degree. And they're like, why is she working here? So you can get quite a lot of snobbery in certain sort of fields of academia, if you know what I mean. Not something I've really encountered, so I haven't worked in those jobs, you know. The mindset of competition is you, and then you say, treat you badly instead of trying to understand why you act that way. Yeah, I mean, hey up Andy Poggers. And thank you for those people who have stuck with the stream today. Bit of a weird stream, innit? Just me randomly talking. Oh my god, there's 46 people here. That's the first time I clicked. What the fuck? Okay, I'll take it. Much love to you all. I really do appreciate you all being here. All 46 of you. It's probably a lie. There's probably like 15 people and 20 odd bots. I'm great, thanks, Andy Poggers. I'm really good. And Yo Ginger Fury, Nethatir. Yeah, so clearly I've missed streaming. That's the truth of it, folks. I didn't realise how much I'd missed it. You know, I don't really have a very big social circle. So, like, well, that's an exaggeration. I don't have a social circle at all. You know what I mean? So, like, I always said this when I was streaming regularly, that for me, my social outlet is all you guys. It just is, you know. And what was funny when I was chatting to that life coach lady about it, she was like, "Oh yeah, but it's just validation. It's just comments, isn't it?" And I was like, and because her only understanding of it, she wasn't being harsh. She was just trying to understand. She was like, "What, like YouTube comments?" And I was like, no, Twitch isn't like Twitch chat isn't like YouTube comments. And she's like, because we have a real problem here with certain people who they live their life by being validated through how many likes they'll get on Twitter or YouTube. And she said, you know, one of my clients has got to the point where she's paying for for Twitter likes, and she'll come in and show me, look, I got 1,000 likes, but the day before she told me that she'd paid for them. And so I'll have to say to her, but you paid for those likes on Twitter. And the girl would say to her, oh, I don't care, it just makes me feel good. And she was saying, and it's, you know, I shouldn't be telling you this, she was saying, but I'm really worried about this modern sort of social media and its impact on people who are lonely, people who are suffering with self-worth, and they get validation from social media. And she was saying, now, are you sure that's not happening with you? You know? Good to see you back. It took a long time out myself, and I just started again. Good to see you though. Yeah, and it's great to see you here as well, Ginger Fury. All the love to you, mate. I'll have to try and catch people's streams, won't I? Now I'm back on the Twitch. Be a little bit more, you know, because I haven't been on Twitch at all. You know, I just shut myself away from it all. But 100% right, Turin. Oh wait, I work in academia. Lots of snobs, lots of great people too. Everyone's weak to the effects of their own ego, unfortunately. Yeah, well, exactly. And if you were here, Turin, when I was talking about that Jobsworth telling me how to polish a mirror, it's the same. It doesn't. All jobs, people can get a bit carried away with their own ego, can't they? So yeah. Hey, sustain a blitz. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. And it is a very reasonable worry, Turin. You know, I know we all live in this sort of social media world, don't we, where if you're not careful, you wake up and you're checking your Twitter, I don't know, you're checking your emails, and then your email says, oh, look at this thing that happened on Twitter, and so you click that, and before you know it, you're scrolling through Twitter, or you're watching your TikToks, or, you know where I'm coming from. And sometimes in the back of your head, you do think, oh, you know, have I been sat here for half an hour scrolling through things, sometimes getting quite irritated? Like, some of the stuff you're reading's irritating you, but you're sort of reading it anyway, and... Oh, indeed, Lily. Hey, look, I've said to... And I really appreciate that, Sustain Blitz. Missed your face. I get the feeling it's a new name, or is it just that I've forgotten your name? I think I'd remember it. Sustain Blitz. But yeah, what I said to Michelle, my life coach at that Sparks place, I said, look, I need to give something back. Because, honestly... Oh, it's Easy Blitzy. There we go. Yeah, I just had to take a break, Andy, because my head was just broken for a little while there. The issue is that it's not even a side effect of social media. They're designed to have that effect on you. It's part of the business model. Yeah, the bright colours, the signals from the colours on the screen sort of amuse the brain, don't they? I mean, that's total layman's terms, but they are addictive, essentially. Even when you draw it down to just that, the colours sort of exciting the brain or whatever. You know, that's the reason that people can struggle sleeping when they read their phone just before they go to bed or whatever, because that blue spectrum, all the inputs, you know, it's sending so many signals to the brain. But yeah, Ian, let me tell you a story, right, Lily Dark, because clearly it's got into your head a bit about this Sparks. So I'm in there. You know, it's an hour-long appointment or whatever, and occasionally there'll be a knock on the door. And, you know, it's just somebody from the estate or whatever. You know, sometimes people who, you know, I'm just going to say it how it is. Sometimes people who you think, oh, shit, that person looks quite scary. You know, like quite a full-on looking person or whatever. I won't say more than that. And she'll go to the door and she'll open the door and they'll be like, oh, you know, I don't want to bother you, but, like, have you got a bit of milk? And basically what's happened is this Sparks project place has become not just a place that you go for help to get a job or whatever, but also just a general food bank. You're stuck because you don't know the answer to a question. It could be anything, like my electric point says something on it and I'm with a different company. And they'll knock on this door And Michelle will go to the door, she'll open it, can I have some milk? She'll be like, oh, I've only got a few bits left, let's have a look. She'll be like, milk, and do you want anything else? Oh, well, to be honest, you know, it was from my breakfast, I was just going to have a glass of milk. And she'll be like, right, here's a tin of beans then. And a tin of beans and some milk. And for me, that just gets to me. I'm just like, oh, you know, this is what, it's the hidden, you know, you see it talked about, don't you, on the media quite a lot. Oh, the cost of living's getting tough and people are struggling with their energy bills and with eating and stuff like that. But when you actually see someone come and you have to swallow your own ego to knock on a door and say, hi, I'm desperate, I've got no breakfast, could you help me out? When I'm sitting there, you know, it's all a bit awkward because it's clearly mid-interview with me. You know, so they'll be like, oh, sorry, mate, I don't mean to interrupt or whatever. Get this, right? The other day I'm there. I can't even tell a story, it makes me emotional, right? So the other day I'm there, there's a knock on the door, and the guy must have been anywhere between, say, 60 and 80, something like that. I would have said 65, something like that. He knocks on the door, and he's like, oh, I'm really sorry, I'm not interrupting, am I? And I was like, no, you're not interrupting me, mate. And she's like, what's wrong? And he just went, I just need some help. And you know when somebody says it, but he doesn't mean help as in the direction to a place or whatever. It was like, as he said, I need help, his voice wobbled. And I was done. I was like, holy shit, I've got to look away. It's making me tear up. Because, man, when you get to like 65 years old or however old he was, you want to think, don't you, that your life is going to be quite sorted out. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got your house, maybe some family. Certainly, you would hope that you wouldn't be in a situation where you've got to sort of do that. I don't know, man. It really got to me. But the way he said it, and she was like, yeah, what with? And you could tell he didn't want to say it in front of me. And she's like, he's finishing in like 15 minutes. And he's like, oh, I'll just sit on the wall outside if that's okay. Mate, I was fucking done. Literally, I was toasted. I was like, yeah, you can hear where I'm coming from with that stuff. So as soon as, with the last 15 minutes of that, I don't mean to get emotional, folks, but that's what I'm like, right? So I said to her, so I want to give something back. You know, what can I give back? Sort of thing. She's like, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I'm like, well, I don't know. Have you got any heavy objects you want me to pick up and move from here to upstairs? There's not much I can offer, you know what I mean? I don't really know what to... And she's like, you know what you could help with? Could you help me? Because we've got to... She said, in order to get funding from the EU for our next project, because it's all funded from the EU or funded from the government. You know, they work for free, essentially, these people, but they get funding to help with the project, you know? And she said, in order to get funding, right, get this, we've got to create like a 5-minute promotional video explaining what we do so that when we apply for funding, we can link them the video and show, look, these are the sort of people we help. And she was saying, so do you know how how could I interview people and get it recorded on a video? And I can just interview them and say, you know, you managed to get a job, were we helpful? And I'm like, yes. This is something I can help you with. So, you know, me being over the top, I'm like, right, I'll get my microphone and I was like, we don't want it to have low quality microphones. She's like, oh, I was just going to record it with my phone. And I'm like, you can't record it with a phone. What are you talking about? I'll get my microphone. We'll get the mixing desk down there. And I'm like, oh, actually, I'm going to do an interview. And then you go like this, put this in front of, you know, if you've got a quite nervous person who's like, I suppose I don't mind doing an interview. And then you're like, right. Just shove this thing in front of your face, pretend it's not there. So I've thought loads about it, you know, how to do it properly, how to sort of. And she was like, oh, I don't know about how complicated you're making it. And I was like, sorry, I don't mean to make it complicated. I'm going to go off, you know, because at the end of the interview, and I was like, I'm going to go off and I'm going to have a real good think about how to get this all together, you know. Because actually, it's not a great idea to do that, is it? Hey, I'm Goth Guy. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, all the love to you. Happy. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Goth Guy sent me this. I will show you on the stream. I thought it was amusing. Let's see if I can. Amazing. You know, when you get oh, it's great. It was great. And when you get an envelope through the door and it says Mr. I can't remember exactly what it said. Mr. Subs, the content creator. Then you know it's not your average delivery. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, that was making me laugh. And all the love to you, Goth Guy. I can hardly believe you remembered it, to be honest, mate. I mean, well, actually, that's bollocks. I can believe that you remembered it because you've always been here supporting me, haven't you? All the birthdays and stuff, you know? Yeah, it's my birthday today. I actually sort of forgot, as random as that sounds, because we did the birthday celebrations over the weekend. Me and the missus, you know, had a few drinks, went out to this Italian restaurant that we always go to, right? We go to this restaurant so many times over the last 10 years that when we book it, they book our particular table. They're like, yeah, we've got your table. And when we walk in, they're like, go to the table. I did. I had a pizza with everything. And I said the same stupid ass joke that I say every time I'm there, to the point where the missus looked at me and she shook her head like, please don't say the stupid joke. But now I have to, just because I find it funny to see if they'll pretend to laugh. But oh my God. Right. So when we arrived, get this. We were there early, so we're there at this restaurant, right? And it's quite a posh restaurant. It's not posh. It's really, really good food. You know, when you get these places that try to be posh, try to make everything look all great, you know, but actually the food's not as good as they think they are. You know what I mean? And then you get other places where it's just fucking whatever, kids screaming, all mayhem, and the menus are shit. It's somewhere in between. So it's like, you wouldn't walk in and go, oh yes, how amazingly posh is this place? When you get the food, it's like, oh wow, this is a really, you know, when they serve the food on, I don't know, like when you get a dessert and it's not on a plate, it's on a fucking slate and all that kind of shit, and you're like, what? I know some of you will be thinking, delivering desserts on a slate does not make a restaurant posh, but it's like all those little things added up to a really good experience, you know. Have you seen Everything Everywhere All at Once yet, by the way, speaking of things with everything on it? No, I haven't seen that. So anyway, right, what is that? Jackie Chan! Holy shit, Lily Dark, that's a lot of bits. What even is that?
Happy birthday, oh slash.
Like 1,000 bits. Dude! What are you doing?
It's time for lots of fun, so roll this card up nice and tight, and stick it up your bum.
Amazing. Ding, 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 ding. Lily Dark, 1,000 bits. And Goth Guy with the epic donation. Amazing. Thank you for that. Oh my gosh. Really? It's birthday, all right. Thank you for that, Turin. Ding, 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 ding. Turin with loads more bits. I can't even count that.
Birthday, I / indeed.
I don't know about this voice thing. I'm so out of the habit of streaming, folks. Heck, it looks good. I appreciate that. Dad Thundero. Yeah, so you were wondering, weren't you? Is he going to come back and stream? I don't know if you were wondering this, but there's... Oh!
I got a flannel to wash my face. When it gets mucky, I feel disgraced. Do you like Horlicks? Do you like chips? I've got 100 pairs of lips.
Have you got 100 pairs of lips, Lily Dark? Lily Dark. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Lily Dark of Chaotica. Yes. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. Beautiful, beautiful beast. This one. It's Boost. Boost changed your Twitch name, dude. Boost. I don't know if you're still signed up to Patreon, but I've been away for months, mate. Two months. I think it's exactly 10 weeks. So I felt at one point I was trying to stop it, and then I was like, oh no, but if I delete Patreon, I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to start it up again. So I feel like I owe you all stuff. I owe you all something. Don't know what that would be. But, you know, you're all amazing anyway for being here, supporting, and for welcoming me back. Oh, something's happening. I'm still on Patreon. I don't care if you produce stuff or not, to be honest. Wait, was that 2 people at the same time?
Happy birthday.
God. Hype. Hype.
Don't tell me not in Gov.
Let me put on something a bit more hypey music-wise to celebrate the hypiness. And I'm gonna knight you both. I don't know what should I put on? Kind of set myself up there for doom, didn't I? Let me knight you first. Jonas Inf. Oh. Jonas Imp. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Jonas of Chaotica. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. Oh, another one. Boost, otherwise known as Dad Thunder Ahu. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Boost. You'll always be Boost to me, mate. Yes. Boost of Chaotica. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. Any new music discoveries? Well, only funny hip-hop things that I've been really enjoying lately. Dude, honestly, I jumped around that day I walked out on my job. Thank you, by the way, for getting a...
To wash my face. When it gets mucky, I feel
It doesn't stop.
Do you like Horlicks? Do you like chips? I've got 100
What the fuck is going on today? I suppose this is what I should take breaks more. Yeah. I don't know. We started out we were 12 subs, because obviously I haven't been here. And now we're all the way up to 30. You absolute monsters. What a bunch of what? No. Ding ding ding. Goth Guy has gifted Ginger Fury, Trivial Funk Suit, Zokai, Nethetir, Taken. Holy shit, dude. It's all happening today, innit? Andy Rakov's gifting loads of subs. Goth Guy's gifting subs. We're on a level 4 hype train. It's next level. It's fucking next level. I'm having trouble staying in my chair here. I don't even notice. I'm starting to bob up and down in my chair. Now, the music, you know what I'm like, Fierce. I listen to really weird music that a lot of people are like, what the fuck even is that? I don't know, is that enjoyable? You know, why does Subsync like that? Now, let me just say something. While we have 50 people here, apparently there's 50 people here. I know this is a bit random, yeah? But I'm on a mission to try and get me YouTubes up and happening. So here's my YouTube. Oh. I can't So, yeah, thank you, Tayson Savan. So if anybody here wants to do me a huge favour, please do throw me a like or whatever you call it over there. It's not called like, is it? Throw me a sub over there. It doesn't cost you money, but there's shitloads of stuff over there to enjoy. Lots and lots of content. There is music mixes, audio narration, book narration, me dying over and over in Escape from Tarkov and then crying in a corner. See, Goth Guy's on there as well. And I've even got YouTube chat up right now. I can see it right there. Ring the... don't forget to like and ring the notification bell, etc, etc. And there's 8 likes on this liveness. So, yeah, all amazing. I'm on 664 subscribers. Andy Poggers, I see you there. So, yeah. Please do throw them out there, because it's frankly going to have different form of content on there, you see. Like, some of the content that I've got planned for YouTube just isn't possible on Twitch. So if you're wondering, oh, why is he jumping ship from Twitch? No, it's not that. It's that I want to make certain sort of curated content, or whatever you want to call it, that's not live. You know, Twitch is all about being live, being in the moment, chatting to you all, and all the rest of it, isn't it? YouTube is in my opinion, is completely different. I'm going to be setting about these projects. You know, I've got like 3 or 4 projects that I'm doing at the same time. So, you know, going to be setting certain days aside for that, and all the rest of it. Yeah, Neo, nudes, OnlyFans. I don't have nudes or OnlyFans. Can't believe we hit a level 4 hype train. That's amazing. Yeah, good to see you here, Neo. I know on the Patreon, on Discord, you kept saying, didn't you, when are you going to come back? And I kind of felt bad, do you know what I mean? About disappearing the way I did. But I am glad because it's a real reset. I mean, you lot can tell better than me. For me, I feel re-energized, and I feel like I've cleared away some of the clouds of frustration that I was starting to get from streaming, you know. So, but you lot will be able to tell better than me. I can only tell my own way it's making me feel to stream, if you see what I mean. But it probably feels a bit fresher, you know, a bit fresher. Well, you'll have to watch the stream back, Neo, to hear my ridiculously long-winded story of all the things that the job I had, what I walked out on that job. And the thing is, I'm not going to be able to go back full time, right? Because I'm either going to get another job that was not similar to the last one, but sort of, you know, or I'm going to start this PT course. But that doesn't mean that I won't be able to do 3 or 4 days a week. I'm thinking like stream in the mornings like I always used to. And then, you know, work on other projects or this job maybe in the afternoon, evening. You know, basically I've got to be able to pay the mortgage. So I can't, you know, as soon as you rely on Twitch, then you start putting yourself under massive pressure to reach these numbers, and I don't want it to do that again. So, you know, everything needs a bit of moderation anyway. No, all in life comes first. Yeah, and that's where things have gone a bit weird for me, Turin. Things got very confused. You left us so sad. No chaos since months. It's about stability. Moving forward is always a good thing. Okay to make bad decisions. It's bad not to make any decisions. Yeah, I was stagnating. I mean, look, 7 years I streamed, seven odd years. You know, first couple of years there wasn't much happening. It wasn't full time. A couple of years at least there of proper full on 2 streams a day type thing. You know, so taking a little bit of time off isn't a bad thing, isn't it? And how are you doing, Kurtz? It's about stability. Moving forward is a good thing. Oh yeah, I already read that. Yeah. I'll take it. Wait. I'll take it off today. Gotta be with the sub? Jeez. That's quite extreme. I mean, what time is it now? It's 12. How long have I been streaming? Time has flown. I know that. So I was drunk on my birthday. were talking about music. Have you seen that Greaves guy? Honestly, I forgot it existed. See if I can find it. I'm sure you've heard of Greaves. He's kind of like a rapper, almost a bit of a singer at the same time. No. Yeah, thanks for those people who subbed to YouTube, though. All the love. I really do appreciate that. So, I was not hammered drunk, but I was quite drunk. And I was saying, God, I wish I could remember that track where he's talking to the puppet in his hand, and the puppet keeps saying, "But you're a little bit drunk." My wife looks at me and she's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "What? You not seen the song? The hip hop guy. And he talks to the sock puppet and it keeps saying you're drunk." So there I was, drunken mess, searching for this bloody track, with her thinking, I think she thought I'd just gone mad and I was just making it up. Shall I play 5 minutes? Well, play a minute of it. Jungle Man, remind me of Mr. Phillips from Red Dwarf. Yeah, I mean, you probably, a lot of you will be like, I don't like this. I don't know why you'd like this, but I'll play you a minute of it anyway. You might find it amusing. I'm so sick of, because I listen to a lot of different types of music, you know, drum and bass and and a lot of hip hop. But I'm a bit sick of stuff that takes itself too seriously. You know, stuff takes itself so seriously, and it's like, God, you know, lighten up a little bit, sort of thing. And that's what this track does to me. But I think it's because when I'm a bit drunk, I always get reminded of this stupid puppet. There you go. You might have seen this, might not have seen this. 5 years old now, man.
Derelict flow running. Motherfuckers always hating on something. Took a small break to fill up my plate, cause all of this running around got me hungry. Tell him I'm back. Chilling my
He's got his hand behind his back. He's a puppet.
Rock that ass like stop. Skinny Bones Jones with immaculate flow.
Didn't even know that he could rap like that though.
Yeah, well, who's the asshole that told you I had a rap slow? Point him out. I stepped into my future, blocked out that noise, and I came back with a vengeance, like I'm Bruce Willis on roids. Tell me now who got that shit? Sipping on some LaFroid, and I walked out of that smoke cloud with my game tight and on point. I'm feeling real good right now.
This is bit.
I'm feeling real fine.
And a little drunk.
I'm feeling real good right now.
But a lot drunk.
I'm feeling real fine.
And a lot drunk.
So if they ask about me, ooh, tell them what I does, tell them what I do.
So there you go.
Tell them where I be. I'm feeling real good right now.
It's the drunken song.
What I do.
The way he goes, ooh, I'm feeling real good right now. And then in the back of his head, he's like, but I am a little drunk. You know?
Man, cause it is colder than a witch's tit.
So there you go, there you go. You were asking me what random track have you all heard that before? Have you heard of Greaves before? I would imagine probably not, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I've become a little bit obsessed with that certain style of hip hop. I like hip hop, right? Where they sort of sing a bit as well, you know? That's why it's hard to make out the words. Brain foggy. Yeah, I suppose what it is I like stuff that's a bit more musical. I was trying to find, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, and it's that musical thing. So I'm sure you've all heard of Prof. Is it called Whiskey? Is it called Whiskey? So yeah, check this guy. I mean, this is, you wouldn't really think of this as hip hop, but you know, he is hip hop.
Yeah. One last round, please. Thank you.
Bit more of an acoustic, uptown jazz, blues, lo-fi, alternative electronica punk fan myself.
Till the cows come home.
I'm obsessed with Prof. Like, you know when you have them, go to, like, things that you want to sing along to. I sing along to Prof. Prof. P-R-O-F.
I said I'm gonna keep on drinking whiskey. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that, Goth Guy. That sounds bloody great.
Yeah.
You see, this is blues, isn't it?
Baby loves me so much. She goes through my phone every time I fall asleep. When I wake up in the morning, little mama, she just won't let me be.
God, with your beast PCs. So, you know, we go down the Prof blooming thing, and some people really don't like it. That's the conclusion I've come to, because he's so over the top. But let me play you this, and you might like it. This is the latest one that he brought out, and I fucking love the video. I love everything about this, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, see what you think to this. God, you know what that means with your new PCs.
Double hard bastard. Dojo magic.
Bass on this if you've got a big system.
Liddy, trying to get litty. Holler me, we can let the devil out. Hating, keep hating. All you motherfuckers need to simmer down.
Oh yeah, I agree with that, Fierce. It's so random.
Blind men wanna see my vision, and the commenting women wanna ask permission. I'm driven, I'm getting down to business. I ain't expect you to understand my.
I think you have to see him live to see the true thing.
I'ma get to swimming, no chase. I need a woman that can lift up a car, help me with an alibi when I get home from the bar. Double hard bastard, climbing out the casket. If you gotta know,
the words are so random.
Hey, that's classic. Skate right past it. Thanks for asking. From the wall to the window, hit the crescendo if you trying to flex. Cup of Glock in the thought, take a shot, little pussy. Liddy, trying to get litty.
But have you seen the live version of this?
Hating, keep hating. All you motherfuckers need to simmer down.
Yeah, let me find you the live version. Because it always gets to me that I feel as though his live versions are almost better. But when you see what kind of a random person he is.
Back gorilla music.
Look how random he is.
Double hard bastard. Double hard bastard. Dojo magic. Go gadget. Liddy, trying to get litty. Holler me and we can let the devil out. Hating, keep hating. All you motherfuckers need to simmer down.
Look at all weird things he does.
Blind men wanna see my vision, and the commenting women wanna ask permission. I'm driven, I'm getting down to business. I ain't expect you to understand my ambition. But that's a sick opinion, bro, thanks. I'ma get to swimming, no chase. I need a woman that can lift up a car, help me with an alibi when I get home from the bar. Double hard bastard, climbing out the casket. If you gotta know I'm doing great, fantastic. 8 straight jackets, hate that's classic. Skate right.
He's pretty skilled, man. He's got a lot of talent.
Hit the crescendo if you tryna flex. Yeah! Cup of Glock in the thought, take a shot, little bro, say less. Liddy, tryna get litty. Holler me and we can let the devil out. Hating, all you motherfuckers need to simmer down.
My missus, when we're driving in the car and I start singing it, I start doing all the stupid shit he does with my hands.
It's leeches down there. I see blood in the snow. When you sitting at the top, you a talker, that's how it goes. Any other human would have stumbled down, they would have slowed.
Got a lot of vocal range though, hasn't he? It's interesting.
I'm alive, I'm a diehard. My God, high tide in my pie chart. From side eyes getting high in a dive bar to 5 cars all aligned in my side yard. From the wall to the window, hit the crescendo if you're trying to flex.
It's so the weird movements.
Bro, say less. Liddy, trying to get litty. Holler me and we can let the devil out. Hating, keep hating. All you motherfuckers need to simmer down.
So there you go.
You want to level up in life, all you need to do is listen to my music. I'll grab your hand, we can go do some colorful, vibrant shit. Boogie Baby, a.k.a. Prof, a.k.a. Kaiser von Potterhorn, a.k.a. aka King Gambo. I don't know how many words you fucking need to describe that I'm more fun than a crackhead with a squirrel on a leash.
There you go. He's more fun than a crackhead with a squirrel on a leash. Make him that way you will. Honestly, the world of Prof is quite a weird world, but it's pretty addictive too, you know. But yeah, on there you think, oh, he takes himself very seriously, but he doesn't. Yeah, look, I'll play you just the beginning of one of his most ridiculous ones. I fucking love it. Gambo, look, here you go. This is 12 years ago this came out. 12 years! Then I'll stop playing this random things. Gambo. I mean, what is this video about?
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
You can find me stiff like a samurai on a llama ride down a water slide, getting sodomized. I'm a king of a colony, but the way I'm wildin' out, you would think I just won the lottery. Bling, gold chain, bling, I am king.
Yeah, I've seen that pain. I've seen that. Yeah.
I've had this dream as a kid and I'm living it. Change topics. I would like that yellow bone girl in my office with a little miniature giraffe and some chocolates. We could put a skyscraper.
He doesn't take himself very seriously.
I don't give a fuck about your opinion. I'm in the tub fucking with a couple ticklish women.
There you go. I'm not going to play any more because before I know it, it'll just turn into me playing Prof random stream. But what was the other track that I came across the other day that I really, really enjoyed? On the note of sort of more musical forms of hip hop. Avalanches. What's it called? You all know the Avalanches, I'm sure. I can't really spell that. This. I just love this video so much. You'll know this one. Probably.
Can you put a dime on this?
A dime?
Yeah,
Really?
a dime. Your hair looks nice today.
Wallace, do yourself
Yeah,
a
I'm
favor.
dead serious. Like, what did you put in your hair?
Stop.
Yeah, that's right. Avalanche's Frontier Psychiatry was the song that made him really popular. This one's much, much newer. It's just something about this track that just gets into my head.
It's almost cute, but it'd be cuter not here. Bye.
It's one of those epic videos, dude. God knows where the sample's from. The singing sample.
Don't love me. What can I do?
So if you didn't know, Avalanches is, I think, is it 3 people or 4 people? Might be 2 people, but they usually do a lot of DJing. A lot of scratching, they mash together sounds, funk sounds, soul sound, whatever. Create these things, tracks. Yeah, it's got some Motown vibes to it or something.
Suede Durango jacket, ball sling glow, Bronx is only Django. Snappy a golfer stopper, that's where my pops go. That's where my pops went. See my percentages are pinned.
Yeah, it gives me a vibe, this track. I can't put it any better than that, really. Just takes me to a bit of a funny place.
always come back, baby. Come back, shellac, black, baby. A come back, flat, black paint on the Chevy.
Oh wow, that does sound like a beast of a computer. Yeah. Have you seen all the latest stuff that's happening with SC at the moment? Oh. Yeah. I can never work out what it's supposed to be at the end. It turns into a giant heart thing. So does everyone, Goth Guy. This is what's interesting about SC, right? Is for 3 or 4 years now, we've been in a situation where the servers are essentially fucked. But I don't know if you saw, but this thing called PES, which stands for Persistent Entity Streaming, it's finally nearly here. It's in Evo Karte. It's such a game changer, dude. So, you know, all the old server tech gone. In with the new. A whole new foundation to the whole game, you know. So, yeah. You know. Sometimes things get to their very worst before they get fixed, and that's where we're at now. Yeah, this is the bit I mean, look. What is this? Not got the knees like that guy in the Soul Train hype vid. Shit, no. Is it supposed to be a heart? Just...
Really?
Yeah, it looks like a heart. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just so random, dude. Hey. It all kind of makes sense up to the heart bit. You know, it's like, well, he's just trying so difficult, trying so hard or something. I don't know. But yeah, the SC thing is really exciting. I mean, look, nothing changes, does it? I just go on about SC, about how excited I am about it. I mean, do you want... have you seen... are you even interested? You're probably not interested, are you, really? So... SC stands for Star Citizen, for people who are wondering. The project is never-ending, it seems, in its development. You know, it's become a meme at this point. It's actually become a meme. But the underlying sort of technology now, talking about, what were you saying? All right. Funk, jazz, or whatever. Yeah, here's a live performance for you.
How you guys doing?
Look at this.
All right. We are the Delvon Lamar Organ Trio, a.k.a. D-Lo 3. We're going to warm up with some...
Delvon Lamar.
We're going to play a tune.
Who was it who was saying you like your funk?
Most of you guys.
I just interrupted myself to play this. You all know this track. Dude, this band is so fucking tight. You know when you've got a drummer who doesn't... They're doing the amazing shit, but they make it look so easy. Mate, honestly, yeah, and you were entirely right about that, Turin. Squished tightly into that space too, yeah. It's just, it really gets to me when these drummers, they're so, he's just a great drummer, you know, perfect timing and all that. Making it look like he's barely even having to concentrate. You know, it's some of the harder things, in my opinion, as a drummer. You know, you can do flashy stuff, go around, go do the whole kit, go crazy for it, but having a really solid, perfect rhythm and a sort of flow to it, I actually find that more impressive in a way, you know? Yeah, so basically I do still obsess about SC. I'm really, really excited for this persistent entity streaming tech that's coming in. And if you're interested, I'll waffle about it just for a minute. So basically, up till now, when you play Star Citizen, all the activities that take place in that play session, if the server crashes and all the rest of it, it sort of wipes everything clean, and then you feel like you're restarting from, you know, like obviously you keep your credits you've made and all the rest of it, but as for you're flying through space, it's awesome, and then the server crashes. When you've got back to the server, guess what? You're back at the hub point. You've got to call in your ship again. And obviously it's game-breakingly annoying sort of thing. But with persistent entity streaming, this new technology that's coming in, none of the stuff you do is relevant. The server you're on isn't really relevant. It's now going to be shards. So at the moment, it's not going to feel that much different because one shard essentially will equate to one server. But slowly over time, once they've implemented this technology, multiple servers will equal a shard. But more to the point, a step past that, which isn't that far in the future, what will happen is, even if the server crashes, you won't notice. Because it'll spool up another server and just pass you over to the new server without you hopefully even noticing, which is such a game changer. Now, if you've played MMOs before, think Guild Wars 2 or World of Warcraft or whatever, you'll all know what an instance or a shard is from that. And, you know, instances can make and break games, frankly, because, like, if you're, if the instances are really small, not, you know, can't handle too big a population or whatever, anybody who's played Guild Wars 2 will know this one. You're like, hey, I'm at the boss, where are you? Oh, I'm at the boss too, I can't see you. Right, we're on a different instance. And sometimes you end up instance hopping all over the place to try and kind of get together in the game. And the act of doing that can really sort of break down the immersion. You know, like when you're playing a game's mechanics just to try and get together with your friends and have a bit of fun, it sort of feels like it's falling apart when you're looking at the same boss but you can't see each other, etc, etc, you know. Obviously a lot of confusion, a lot of complication, I should say, comes from it as well, because, like, as soon as they introduce these concepts of shards in Star Citizen, people are like, wait. Is this going to be like other MMOs where if I drop my gun on the floor and then log out and log back in, what happens to the gun that I've dropped on the floor? Does it stay there? Does it stay in that server? Does it stay in that shard or whatever? You know, what happens if, Carol, for instance, what happens if you've set up a base on a planet? You know, cool. Like, if I'm on a different instance, can I see your base? Or do I have to be in your instance to see your base? Because if your base can be seen from various instances, what happens if I shoot the door off? Does the door on your instance, where I'm not there, just magically suddenly fly off? You know, and if you think about it, there's loads of confusing things like that people are trying to sort of get their heads round. You know, what it means for the game and stuff. But what it really means, you know, put aside some of them complications, is a much more sort of permanent state of the game. So, for example, I could get an amazing item, some sort of relic, you know, imagine it, right? I found some epic relic or whatever. But in order to create some funky gameplay, I could go and hide that relic in a derelict ship. I could, you know, find a crashed husk of a ship on a planet's surface, whereas in the past, that derelict ship wouldn't be there because there'd be no persistence. But now, say, again, Carol, I'll use you as an example. Say you crash land your ship, right? You put out a distress beacon. I come and pick you up. But I'm like, oh, you know, you've crash landed right in the middle of this forest or whatever, near a giant oak tree. Let's say that, right? I'm like, you know what? I'm going to put this alien artifact, this relic, in your ship. And then we go back, all the way back to a city, and we're sitting in a bar, you know. And then I could turn around to some mission is, go and retrieve the alien relic. You'll find it in a derelict spaceship in the middle of a forest near a giant oak tree, you know. And they could do that 5 days later. It wouldn't matter. They can go there, they see the oak tree, they go down, oh shit, look, it is a full derelict spaceship that's crashed. They search the ship, they find the artifact, they bring it back. Like, that kind of persistence in an MMO is just incredible if you start to think about the things you can do, you know. So anyway, for a long time there, people were saying, you know, can we have more professions in the game? And the one profession they kept promising people to bring in, but didn't do it, was this thing called salvaging. It's obvious what salvaging is, of course. You know, you can strip a ship of its materials and sell it, you know? And they kept saying, salvaging's coming this winter, or whatever. And then when winter would arrive, they'd be like, sorry, we've put it back for a year. And they did that something like 3-4 times, to the point where now it's 3 years late. And there was always this thing of people saying, well, what's wrong with them? How can it possibly take 3 years to bring in a profession as kind of basic as salvaging, you know? But the reason is because you need persistence for salvaging to work, you see. So what happens in most games is you blow up somebody's ship, right? Their ship goes pop. They do an explosion on the screen, and that's what they call a mask. And most of the time, an explosion is a mask, so that it can switch one image to another. So, you know, like if you come across a crate in Skyrim or something like that, you smack it, it does a little... This is just an example, I don't know if this is what happens. But the crate's there, you smack it, it does a little dust cloud for a second, that's the mask. And then the crate's there, but it's broken in half. Do you know what I mean? So they're the two states that crate can be in. One is completely perfect or whatever. The other is it's broken in half. You can look in it and you can get some apples out of it. But you can't just have it do that. So you have a mask, you know. Hello, Rainbow Wrangler. How are you? I hope you're well. Yeah, it's been ages, dude. I have returned with no hair. And I hope you're well. So yeah, if you think about most games, you're flying around, you shoot this spaceship, you shoot that thing. Think No Man's Sky or pretty much every game you've ever played as far as a space game goes. You shoot the thing, maybe it changes into sparks coming off it, and then it does the explosion. And when the explosion's not there, the ship's disappeared. Now sometimes they have like wreckage, like 3 or 4 little bits of metal spinning off into the distance to really sell the explosion, you know. But as with everything in Star Citizen, they want a much more in-depth sort of simulation than that. So the concept is anybody who blows up a ship, rather than it just disappearing, it's supposed to turn into a wreck. You know, an empty, derelict vehicle. Well, not empty if there's a pilot in it, but, you know. And then, of course, say you're right near a planet's surface, that ruined ship will crash into the planet's surface and leave behind a wreck which can be salvaged, you know? Equally, if you're right in deep space, the concept would be it's just spinning through space or whatever, a broken, wrecked ship, you know? Now, that doesn't seem like too big a deal, does it? You know, a lot of people are like, so what? So you've got an empty ship flying around compared to no ship. But actually, that kind of continuality and persistence of objects, it starts to drive the gameplay. So there is a huge battle that takes place, as an example, you know, there's a huge battle that takes place outside of Port Olisar. Well, all the salvagers are there, greedy. They're waiting. They're like, oh my god, I can't wait till this, you know, danger zone has passed, and then they can all get in there and salvage all the different parts of the ships that are there. You know, and everything else you can think of, like, you know, your ship, like I say, crash landing on a planet's surface. There's so many gameplay elements to it, and then it's just down to the developers getting imaginative and creating some really fun stuff, isn't it? Because it's all about, you know, it is all about being creative. I can find this. So, survival on a planet is another topic that I think quite a lot about. It got me thinking about Star Citizen now, so I'll roll with it for a minute. So at one point they were like, right, so we'll place derelict ships randomly across planets. So, you know, so you can come across them. So when you're on this planet and you're wandering along or whatever, then you're like, oh my god, I've discovered a giant derelict ship that's crashed. You know, but you key into that gameplay. So you're like, okay, what happens if it's a frozen planet? -50. You've only got half an hour you can possibly survive. Oh, you've found a derelict. That's shelter. So that provides, you know, instead of you can only last 30 minutes and you're freezing in 30 minutes gauge, obviously says 30 minutes. As soon as you go into the derelict, you're like, refuge. And now you can last 4 hours. So now you can survive. Rather than, you know, knowing you die, the rescue operation can occur and all the rest of it. I mean, stuff like that is just amazing. And when they first talked about the derelicts, they brought up a load of, you know, they get artists to design some fun-looking derelicts, you know? But,
Star Citizen
see if I can find you this video of the derelict stuff. Because I showed on the stream not that long ago what they had in mind for the derelicts, but they've gone and done it. And it hasn't taken them really very long to implement it, frankly. I thought this was going to take them a lot longer than it did. They're trying to find it. So yeah, shipwrecks, derelicts, and all the rest of it. Here you go. Look, I'll show you this. So then, of course, you have to get imaginative as a developer. Well, it's a derelict, okay, fair enough. What would happen if the local people on the planet discover that derelict? You know, that's a pretty epic location that you can work around. Maybe they'd, you know, use it for shelter, but then before you know it, it'd become a semi-permanent sort of location. And they really went to town with it. And as a person who's really into apocalyptic, broken down buildings that have been sort of reconstituted into something new, as soon as I saw this imagery, I was like, oh my god, this is my favourite shit ever. So look.
Our intentions at the Montreal team is always to...
Might have trouble with their accents.
...to the universe. We wanted to do something that was a little bit different than the Reclaimer crash site. So when the players start up 318, the Daymar crash site is going to have 2 crashed ships so that the player can explore.
Yeah, it was record time.
Endeavor that
see you soon, Rainbow Wrangler.
When we were working on the Reclaimer was huge.
I thought I'd just show you some of this imagery. Look at the size of that. Hey, Captain Pillow Fort. All the love, buddy. God, and hello, Meow. How are you doing? So yeah, look, if you can see why this gets to me, this imagery, because that is absolutely amazing. Like, you know, what we get to see with the game in general, obviously, is these little things being added in. And if you're really obsessed with the project, like I and Bart and a few other people here are, you know, it feels like it's slow. It probably is quite slow. Game development is slow if you do it right. You know, I don't really want to get too wrapped up into all that, you know. But the point is, can you imagine how it would feel if, which for some of you it is like this, you're not paying attention to the project, you don't know anything about what's been added in, you just land on this planet and you're like, holy shit, you know, it's sunny and you're going through a forest and then you come across this. you'd be like, what the hell? I didn't expect this. And like you say, the crashed Reclaimer's already in. I just thought I'd show this as an example. I was actually looking, Bart, for the one where they just did the art. Do you remember? And it shows you like 20 pictures that they designed.
Something that was a little bit smaller.
That they were going to do the designs off, you know?
You could do multiple crash sites with the size of theme that we have.
So
yeah, see you soon, Captain Pillar 4. Thank you for popping in, mate.
First one
All the
was
love.
the 600i, the second one was the MSR.
After a couple of discussions, we thought that having 2 ships crashed at the same locations would allow us to have a bigger crash site, so there's more places to explore for the player.
So
basically they did a load of artwork, and on one of these Inside Star Citizens they showed 10, 20 pictures, you know, everything from crashed in a forest to hanging over a frozen tundra about to crash through the ice, or you name it, it was all there. They'd really sort of gone to town with their imaginations of all the different types of derelicts you could get. And I was watching it and I was thinking, this is going to be so amazing in a few years when this happens. But actually, this new Montreal team seem really on it. They obviously haven't got a backlog. It's a new team. And they're just being given things to do. And within a few months, they're like, done, next. So, yeah, it's quite an exciting time in that sense.
Bring this idea to merge the both of them. We would just decide to do that on Daymar because it was a sand planet and we wanted to create
this Daymar
in a different biome than what we did on the Reclaimer.
This is 318, isn't it, this one? You'll know better, Bart, because you're more sort of up-to-date than me, but I'm pretty sure the Daymar derelict colony concept, this is something that's coming in the next major patch, I think. Whereas that crashed Reclaimer, that's already in.
The player will discover the 600i totally wrecked into a cave.
When you get into that cave and you...
Oh, look at that! Seriously! I mean, wow. That's the sort of thing I would write as a short story. You know, the crew and the Reclaimer and the crash, and then all these wires sort of stopping it from falling down as it's crashed into there. I think, yeah, Montreal, Lily Dark, is the new office studio, the new studio they've opened. So they've got one in Frankfurt, one in Manchester, and you're from the UK, aren't you, Lily Dark? So do you remember the old, Granada Studios, the TV? You know, you had BBC, ITV, and you had Granada. Well, that's that old studio, massive building, massive office, has been empty for ages, Granada Studios, and CIG have gone and bought it, or leased it, bought it, I'm not sure which, and they're turning it into 1,000 staff studio. And it's such a big deal for Manchester that even like the MP of Manchester and the mayor of Manchester were like, we'd like to thank CIG making a space game in our... It's so funny.
See how the 600i cockpit is hanging with a bunch of wires. It reminds me of a lot of the scene from Jurassic Park when the bus is broken up and it's hanging down the cliff.
600i, we want the player to feel how hard was the crash.
I love their accents. Like sometimes you have to listen carefully to understand because it's quite a thick accent. But I absolutely love it.
How the spaceship was impacted.
What I like about the MSR is that it's actually a little further away from the rest of the outpost.
The ship crashed a little bit more like the Reclaimer. We're going to see the trail and the ship just kind of in the sand.
So the player needs to go in and explore. The whole feeling of the MSR and the whole outpost is that it's been lived in, it's being used, it's been repurposed.
I think it's got such vibes.
People out there to salvage the ship, to take what parts are still good, to be able to resell it.
Yeah, to me, you see, it's all about the vibes. Some people kind of get a bit like caught up on, yeah, but what's going to happen there? Where's the gameplay? Am I going to shoot something? Am I going to... It's like, for me, yeah, of course I'm interested in that, but what I enjoy about Star Citizen is the sandbox element of it. Coming across something like this and saying, right, we're procuring this derelict for our organisation. Let's set up round here. Let's get some farms growing some substances. Let's, set up some patrol sites. Let's, if it's got nearby mining, basically a base of operations, and I'd love it. Logging in each day and just being like, do we still hold that derelict on Daymar or whatever? Yeah. We had to fight off some people who were coming to try and salvage it. We dealt with that, and, that lived in that feeling of making it your own home or something. For me, the design ethic hasn't been free-form enough, where I find the designs almost militaristic. Although I am concierge. Well, there you go. Oh, Manchester is your hometown. Yeah, it is a huge building, isn't it? And it's quite a big deal, I think, Rainbow. That Granada Studios, that whole area there has been it's been rejuvenated lately, hasn't it? But if you think about what it could have been, office space for a really, it could be like telemarketing or something really boring. But the fact that it's the new CIG, sort of almost the main office now, I just think that's really freaking exciting, If I lived in Manchester, I'd so be trying to get a job there. Hell, even if I was just cleaning, if I was going around with one of them machines, them machines that you sort of like, that spin round and clean the floor. Fuck yeah. And then random CIG developer walks past and you're like, can you imagine?
Reuse them.
Where's the Endeavour or whatever ship?
Create this kind of shooting
Chris
range.
Roberts goes wandering past.
Just to add some more gameplay opportunity for the player to just fool around and just having fun.
I know I sound like a complete fanboy doing that, but come on.
Now we have created a piece for the 600i in an MSR, and we have a lot of settlement asset. So now
look how cool it is.
A lot of different kind of crash site on other planet, other beyond.
Nah, I wouldn't be able to do it, dude. I would literally, if Chris Roberts walked past me or whatever on LM, I'm not joking, I would just be like, Chris, and I'd end up asking him a question, and I'd be like, right, get rid of that. Who's that stupid cleaner who keeps asking me about when 3.18.1's coming out? I don't want to be walking down to my office and then have the cleaner asking me what I don't even, you know what I mean?
The new Houdini tech we have will be able in the future to do more content like that easier and quicker for the player.
For the next Derelict crash, we're not sure yet which ship we're going to use. Maybe when you're going to see the DMR crash site, maybe in the comment you can help us to find which kind of ship we'd like to see for the next Derelict crash.
Derelicts show us another side of our spacecraft we generally spend our entire time trying to avoid. They tell a story of Star Citizen's in fiction.
I don't know what the rest of this is going to be now.
Providing tantalizing clues about the future of salvage, player homesteading, and more. And the first of these 600i and MSR derelicts will be found in the upcoming Alpha 318, alongside Sand Caves, Derelict Outpost, additional rivers, the PTV race, revitalized Correa, prison editions, the arrival of persistent entity streaming, and more stuff that we'll be talking about real soon. But as we approach news of this year's CitizenCon 2952,
this is the thing, the big excitement is CitCon. So, as soon as I was talking about Star Citizen for a moment here, I'm interested because I see there's quite a few Star Citizen fans that are now talking because I'm doing Star Citizen content. What do you lot think about salvage? Because for me, before I went to Reddit and all the rest of it, I was like, oh my god, this salvaging is exactly what I wanted it to be. For a first step, scraping and the way it's collected and everything, I think it's great. I think it's perfect. I love the fact that it uncovers the outer shell of the ship, and that's why they built these ships with such complexity, so that they could do that. You take off the outer layer and it reveals the innards and all that. I couldn't believe it though when I went on Reddit and people were like, oh my god, this is the worst thing ever I've ever seen. It's like, what? This is exactly what they told us it was going to be. So it really, really surprised me that people were being so down about it. In general, I was quite surprised by that.
Outposts. And in the time since then, they've grown and expanded.
Maybe it's just me. That's exactly what I thought it was going to be.
We're not going to spoil all of that here just yet. What we can show you is what we call overlay work. Overlays are essentially a collection of props and dressings that can be added to an object container of an existing location. In this case, several of the Colonialism Homestead modules.
Dude, look how like broken down and messy that place looks. I always think the aesthetic of this is so similar to the Rebel Alliance in Star Wars. I mean, the inspiration has got to be coming from that, hasn't it? I mean, if anything, it's maybe a bit more messy, sort of thing. But yeah, I don't know that much about Star Wars. You know, I don't know the names of all the planets and stuff like that. But when I see this sort of clay architecture or whatever that is, it just reminds me of Rebel. What's the Star Wars film? Is it Star Wars 2 or 7 or whatever you want to call it? Is it on Hoth? Where at the start they're in the ice and there's the giant walkers and all the rest of it.
To give them a look and feel of something very different than their original intention.
It couldn't be more different
With
than
overlays,
Stanton.
This facility that clearly started life as a
Empire.
domicile for the traditional homesteader has now demonstrably...
Look at that! If that there isn't giant weed-looking plants, and I know the leaves don't look like weed, but that is somebody doing a grow. You know, when I was saying, you'd get one of these derelicts, and the first thing you do is, you know, you need to make money. You're not just there for no reason. So you'd set up some sort of clandestine grow operation. And I don't know if you're still here, Rocket Science, but that pretty much is a grow. The only difference is they're not growing weed, because obviously they're not the shape of weed leaves, but they're great big buds. And it's something that's been mentioned quite a lot, you know, that Chris wants to do. He wants there to be this, you know, growing or whatever, procuring of different sort of narcotics and all that.
Been overtaken by a rather messy outlaw.
Yeah, it's a grow, isn't it, that, Rocket?
Which isn't to say that all outlaws are messy. We already had that debate last year. But you can see here the power of proper dressing in action all the same, and its ability to transform a location from cozy homestead to outlaw ruggedness. And you can see here a recent in-game test of the new Outlaw overlay in action on a potential homestead for perennial testbed, Daymar.
Yeah, I can't wait for some of these. I really can't wait for it. Anyway, we don't need to watch this whole ice. You can see what he's going to do. He's just going to run through some locations. The excitement, of course, for this isn't really the location. It's the fact that all of this is going to be shown in CitizenCon, which is coming up really soon. You know, I mean, look at the size of some of these. Look.
From last year, here's
really
a sneak peek at early white box of a repair and service station you may encounter on your travels in Stanton, Pyro, and beyond.
Definitely need it. We need some, like, we need a lot more things to discover on the planet's surfaces. It's all good and well having a capital city with amazing, you know, cyberpunk aesthetics and all the rest of it. But that doesn't cut it, does it? What you need is, you know, you need that feeling of flying along and below you are outposts and small villages or whatever and all sorts of things. Somewhere that when you discover it, it feels like you're actually discovering something kind of fresh and new. Something that you can tell somebody, oh, have you ever found that outpost, you know? And then when you go in there, hopefully there'll be an NPC, and it'll be an NPC, you know, with all voice acted lines. So you can be like, oh shit, you know, I've actually found a new mission giver that's exciting, you know, that other people might not have frequented so much, you know. That for me is what it's all about. I don't want to be traveling all around system, but I want to live on a planet for quite a long time and feel like I've got really sort of knowledgeable about that planet, you know. So if somebody brand new to the game joined, you could be all right, there's a mission giver there, but he's right down in the guts of a ship that's crashed somewhere. There's this rebel outpost, but they're really dangerous, so don't go near them because they're pirates. And I really hope that sort of is how it rolls, you know. But for people who haven't seen Salvage, I'll quickly show you Salvage, and I'm interested to see what other people's thoughts are on Salvage, because I think it looks absolutely great, you know. I also own the Vulture.
Is really trying to cater to people who want the diversity and exploration type gameplay.
might find
chilled
debris fields of a long lost battle, or on your discovery tour you find a destroyed ship.
I'm excited about players playing this and salvaging wrecks of ships.
I do own the Vulture part. It was actually bought for me.
Right now, when you destroy a ship, that's kind of it.
So that's where salvage comes in, where we sort of extend the life of the spaceship.
We want you to be able to find destroyed versions of these, look at them in ways you would never have seen them before, and have this extra gameplay with them.
There are different aspects of salvage that we want to introduce to the game, and the very first one that...
Hey, Beptrobot. Help me get through I Am Legend. Nice. Mate, I appreciate you sticking with I Am Legend. For people who don't know, I narrate books as well, and I narrated I Am Legend, an absolutely great book. Very different to the film. But yeah, good on you, mate. Good on you. I hope you enjoyed it.
That we will have is the hull scraping.
Which is where you blast off the external surface of the ship and sell that material for profit.
So I've just got to mention something here, right? This is one of the things that people would say is, why do they go so in depth in such detail when they're creating these ships? It's a waste of time. There's no, where's the gameplay edition for that, for it taking so much longer? Because what they do is, not only do they create the ships externally and the internals and, areas that you can, have a shower and all the rest of that stuff, which seems redundant, but it's not, But then in between those two layers, you have the sort of, what would you call it? The hard metal infrastructure that's holding the ship together, So you have all these different layers, and then they break the ship apart, and there are, they create the wires coming out of the wing or whatever. So if you blow off a wing, all the wires actually sort of come out of it, and sparks and all the rest of it. Or if you shoot or damage a wing or the hull particularly, it'll knock out the very outer layer and reveal the sort of the structure underneath. That's a lot of work for what seems like very little return. And then you get this salvage where you can scrape off the outer layer. So rather than, they've done all the work. All the layers that make up the ship is done. So now all they have to do is say, right, remove the outer layer. And rather than it just showing a crappy graphic that's not been done properly, when they scrape off the outer layer, you get to see all of the internal workings of the ship. So yeah, that's it.
Into two parts. We have the FPS side.
I appreciate the follow.
And you have the vehicle side.
So in vehicle hull scraping, this will be for the Vulture and the Reclaimer, where you take your great big salvage lasers and you take off as much of the material as you can.
For the Vulture, it's very easy. You are the only person. It's the lone wolf ship.
You can go out, explore, find wrecks just by yourself. Best catering to the smaller types of wrecks you would find.
In the Vulture, you activate the salvage mode, which then allows you to use the scraper beams to operate them over the surface area of the ship and gather the material.
So you see the difference. Like with a lot of games generally, because they haven't built the ships with such complexity, instead it would be like, oh, you can salvage this part of the ship. Go up to it, click on it, the guy does an animation, and that small section, you can rip it off. Something like that. But because of the holistic way that they've created the ships, any part of the ship you can aim for. And of course, what everyone's saying is people are just going to draw dicks on people's ships. I mean, it's going to happen. We all know what's going to happen. But, this is just the first step. First of all, it's hull scraping. Then you have the idea of crunching up a whole ship with, say, a giant claw. So, taking off the wing, crunching that right down. And then you have other complicated elements of like, well, what good stuff is there on the ship? Is there a power plant? Is there, different expensive working parts? So this first part's great and everything. But when we have the whole thing, as they make it more complicated like they have with mining, I get the feeling it'll be quite a complex thing. You know, you'll arrive, you'll assess the ship. You know, oh, this is so long derelict, it's rusty. You know, all we can do is get a bit of this crappy outer layer. But if it's something that's blown up very lately, it might be just the power plant. I don't know. It might be just the thrusters, for instance, that have gone offline. So you'll go in, check, the power plant, right, rip that power plant out, rip out different sort of elements of the ship, take them, get them on board your ship. Each one of them could be worth quite a lot. You know, oh, this wing, right, let's crunch that right off and turn that into its spare components and then hull scrape it. So a big ship with lots of components in it could become like a day-long operation for a whole organization, you know?
For the Reclaimer, we highly recommend you to come in a group.
You want probably at least 2 people to man the salvage lasers.
I'm not going to be drawing any dicks on any ships. I'm just making that clear. Yes, smiley-faced, smiley emotes and things like that. I'll definitely do that. But, yeah, I'm sure I'll get many dicks drawn on my ships. I'm sure that'll happen, but hey, take some skill. Drawing dicks on ships, you can advertise yourself as a laserology specialist. Should wondering with the Vulture, can somebody stay on the outside railing and stay there while someone else flies it? Maybe.
And a few people in the back of the cargo bay to help you stash away your earnings. You'll go out, you'll find a wreck, turn on the great big front lights of the Reclaimer so you can see what you're doing, and the 2 people in the salvage turrets will start blasting away at the hull to strip it off. As that happens, you're gathering what we call RMC, recycled material composite material, which gets put into cargo boxes in the filler stations that are in the back of the Reclaimer. And you'll need someone back there to take these full crates out of the dispenser and stack them away on your cargo grid.
Which people are having a complete wobbly about. Honestly, the amount of people having a wobbly about this. They're like, but I got a giant ship that's literally hundreds of meters long, and I want to be able to fly it solo, somehow man the turrets while flying it, while using the scraper beams, and then it all to be automated inside. Basically what people want to do is they want to just fly around on this giant hulk of a vessel and just be like, salvaged. Salvaged. And it's like, come on. Like, the problem with a lot of games, I'm going to get on my high horse for a minute here, so feel free to roll your eyes and get irritated, right? But the problem with a lot of multiplayer games is they don't sort of give players the opportunity to actually fill different roles and feel like they're coming together as a crew to achieve a common goal, because you can do it solo anyway. So I think there's loads of games that do this. They kind of pander to the solo market, which I understand. You want to advertise it and say, you can play this solo, you can play it with 10 friends, 100 friends, but we welcome everyone to get involved. That's cool. But if one person can do the entire operation and 10 people can do it if you want to for a laugh, but you don't, it's no faster, that makes no sense, does it? You're like, what I think you should always have is, like, with the MMOs, you know, in particular, sort of thing, yeah, you know, you can run around in the open world, you can do this, that, or the other, but when it comes to a dungeon, it's difficult. It requires 5 people. You know, it requires 10 people and teamwork, and together you go in, you do the content, you come out, you get the epic reward. It's split between 10 people, blah, blah, blah. But if one person can go into that dungeon, do exactly the same thing and get all the reward for themselves, you've just undermined your content. It's like, you've got people in a dungeon running along with you going, dude, I do this faster alone and I make 10 times the money. You're like, ugh. You know, and even myself, when I've played games like that, you're aware in the back of your head, you're like, I didn't really need all these people. We're just like doing it for RP purposes. And really, next time, I might just do it on my own and make 10 times the money. It's like, no. Like, if you're going to do it, if you're going to find, if you're going to get people to work together towards a common goal and all the rest of it, then you've got to do this sort of stuff. And the idea of somebody just flying it completely solo and then getting really annoyed they're not allowed to do that, I just don't get it. Now, on the other side of things, you do get people getting pissed off saying, what, so my job is to sit there and pack boxes? maybe if you pack boxes effectively, you'll get a different job description. The org will be like, you know what, he's decent, let's get him in the hull stripping department instead. That's not to say it's like you're stuck in a thing. It's, you know, it's not like you can't be on Discord chatting away while you're doing it. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, same here, Bart. But then my most exciting thing is to be a dock worker. You know, I've been saying this for years now. I want to be on the docks, and when people arrive in their giant ships and they're like, gotta unload the boxes, I'll be like, hey, would you like to use the Chaos dock worker extraordinaire service? We'll undock, and then we'll have those little truck things with the 6 wheels, and we'll have people whizzing back and forward and all the rest of it. It's almost like people forget that there are jobs out there where you work as a forklift driver moving boxes around, you know? It does exist, you know? Yeah, Chaos Logistics Limited. The thing is I think people like to see the worst in these things. You know, what? All I've got to do is stack boxes. It's like, no, you're part of a team. Like, you're going to a place, you're trying to effectively move loads of things. It's the logistic. I quite enjoy the idea of logistics and cutting corners and making things faster and working out different ways of getting these things offloaded and loaded on. And what happens if someone attacks you while this is happening? You know, there's so many different sort of wrinkles to it, you know? It's not just I click the button and move the box.
And once you have your cargo hold full, you fly to a station where you then can sell the commodity.
It's the feeling of working as a team, you know?
The FPS loop in comparison is much simpler. You just buy a Grey Cat multi-tool.
No mirrors, no.
Make sure that you buy the salvage attachment. You make sure that the salvage attachment is actually attached to the Grey Cat multi-tool. And this is the moment where you can scrape off any material that is...
Look how great it is. You see, it's not just the hull just disappears. If you notice at the bottom right there, where he's about to go to, it's starting to bubble up a little bit. And then, obviously, it goes orange as it gets superheated, like a heat gun, you know, and then it starts to actually melt away. There's quite decent attention to detail there, in my opinion. It's great. But, yeah, I can imagine it, Skinny Bob, right? Can you? I can imagine this, because I've played enough games sort of like this to know that you're going to get people that are like, I've done 100 hours of box packing, and, you know, you're going to get some new guy who'll be like, oh, I don't mind helping for 10 minutes. And you're going to have some guy, just like the Mirrors story, Skinny Bob, who'll be like, oh my God, I was working with this noob. He couldn't pack boxes for shit. He was dropping his boxes everywhere. One of the boxes he dropped had sensitive cargo in it. That got broken. I came to the cargo hold the next day. They were all packed, all over the place, not in nice straight lines like I like them. Do you know what I mean?
Salvageable right away.
People proud of their stacking skills.
We also want to allow you to use that material that you gain from hull scraping to immediately repair any damage your ship might have taken. This is really useful for people who are out dogfighting, perhaps. You shoot down your opponent, go out with your multi-tool, take the hull off their ship, and put it back on yours to repair the damage.
Come on. That's pretty epic, isn't it, really? I'm not sure what sort of gameplay changes that means, but basically, as a bounty hunter, you can keep sort of fixing your ship after each fight, which will be great. You know, I mean, now at the moment, bounty hunting and PvP and combat in general is, you know, you pew-pew the thing, it explodes. GG, move on to the next. But of course, that's pretty boring sort of gameplay loop, isn't it, if you want to call it that? You know, it should be like, how much damage have I taken? Do I need to repair? Do I need to refuel? But, you know, and then it'll be salvage. Oh, I can't salvage that. Maybe you shoot down a really big, important ship that you know has got a lot of good stuff on it. Well, now you've got the coordinates of a wreckage that you can sell to a salvage company. You know, if you can't salvage it yourself, you could sell it to the info to a salvage company, or you could, you know, get on Discord and be like, oh, has anyone got all the salvage ships? And you could get your own guild or org, give them the coordinates, you know? There's quite a lot more to it.
You will see where on your own ship you have repaired, So you're kind of getting this battle scarring of your ship.
Packed many boxes. When I moved, packed boxes then.
So right now, both the FPS and ship hull scraping has progressed very nicely, but there's still a long ways to go with regards to selling the material. We've got a lot of VFX and audio tweaks to do along the way. We want to fully refine the user experience.
So, yeah, well, you can't you, Grimbringer? That's the thing. You could just be, you know, the lone bounty hunter guy who, you know, you don't give a shit about salvaging stuff or any of that. You just pew pew and off you go to the next thing. There's nothing. It's not. It's not that you have to do something, is it? It's that it provides lots more options. You know, like I suppose for me, I'm really into the sandbox element of it. So when I shoot down something, I like the idea of there being a remnant of it, a wreckage, a sign that I was there, you know? So even if it was something like I got out of my ship and I walked around a frozen area, that my footprint stayed, and then if someone was looking for me, they could follow my footprints into the cave. That kind of persistence, you know, that's what I enjoy about games, the idea of it, you know? And same with bounty hunting. You know, if my favourite place to shoot people was a particular sector over a planet, and, you know, that was a pirate enclave or whatever, so I was always hanging around there shooting things. And then one day I'm flying along and I'm like, oh shit, look, there's the wreckage of that ship that I shot last week. To me, that's huge. That's the difference between something feeling immersive and not. You know, if I shoot down 50 ships in a day, and then I'm flying over the area and there's no signs of any wreckage anywhere, it's just the same thing kind of resetting over and over again, and I'm just, you know, on that treadwheel or whatever you would call it, of content. I think it makes a huge difference, this persistence, you know?
I'm really excited to see this feature hit the verse. I think it'll be great to watch everyone taking people's ships apart, and it'll be a lot of fun.
Hull scraping isn't just the first version of salvage gameplay coming to Star Citizen. It's the feature necessary to finally bring the upcoming Drake Vulture to the persistent universe.
Vulture!
Let's check it out now and see what it looks like very close to its final form.
So, when I first started streaming Star Citizen, I had very few ships. And a really generous viewer called Super5 was like, dude, have you seen the new concept ship that's come out? Because they bring them out as concepts. You can buy them if you want to support the project, whatever. And sometimes it takes them years to actually come into the game. And I was like, no, dude, I'm just streaming it. I don't really know much about the game, really. I'm just streaming it, sort of thing, for a laugh. And he was like, right, I've bought you it. And I thought, oh, what, is it like a £10 ship or something? No. Super5 bought me this Vulture, and 3 years later, or whatever, how long it is, it's coming into the game in about a month. Well, Evo Karte, which I am Evo Karte, so in about 5 days, I'll be in this ship.
If you really want to try something different, something new, something that hasn't been in Star Citizen before, the Vulture is going to be where you want to go.
I love it.
Salvage is new and it's kind of fun and it's exciting.
Industrial, chunky.
Going around and just burning the sides of ships, and it's really fun to kind of experience this new type of gameplay.
Is that what you mean, Bart? Sort of stand on that, at the top of those stairs there? Can't quite imagine where you meant to stand, like, as a partner on the... I think there'll be enough room inside the ship to take 2 or 3 people if you wanted, but what would be their role is, you know...
The Vulture is a single-seater salvage ship meant for a single player to kind of get into the salvage career.
Basically, extracting and processing, you know, things that you find out in the verse, be it space debris or, you know, junk or anything like that.
On a profession ship,
I think it'll be pretty chilled.
I'm mostly just setting it up as a ship to be flown and making sure all of the components are there.
Yeah, so you have to refuel. You know, they've tried to make everything as realistic, sort of gameplay-wise. Obviously, it's not realistic because it's sort of sci-fi fantasy. You know, and the reason I say fantasy is it's very fantastical. shapes of some of the ships, the alien races, all the different sort of, you know, it's not like what some people call hard sci-fi, which is more like, say, Elite Dangerous or something, where everything's very, you know, it's not as fantastical and over the top and a bit silly in some ways, but that's what I like about it, you know. But yeah, refueling's in, and what's interesting about it, Skinny Bob, is refueling. There are refueling ships, and again, for years, people were like, well, cool, it's got loads of fuel on it, but how do we transfer? And now what they've done is they've written that gameplay in, so now you can refuel other ships with your giant refueling. What's it called? The Starfarer, I think it's called. Oh, thank you for that, Ace. So yeah, there are these giant ships that can capture sort of gases from nebulas or whatever soon and deliver them to people for a price and all that. Let me do this, see if I can remember again. Ace. On behalf of the Wobbly Sword of Chaos, I knight you as Ace of Chaotica. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. Yeah, please do hit exclamation mark H. Mate, I appreciate you being here, Ace. I only just saw you talking there. Bald subs. Yeah, I know, right? Shaved it off. Enough hiding from my very clearly going bald. No longer. I appreciate that, mate. Can put someone else on the catwalk while you fly, I bet. Yeah. I mean, I think, as far as us, you know, there's a fair bit of room inside, isn't it? What I'm hoping is, with the Prospector, you've got a bed, and that's kind of it, isn't it? I'm hoping, as far as gameplay goes, say I was streaming it, right? It's not like really intense, shooting this, shooting that. It's floating through space, got some nice chilled out music, find a derelict, you find something that you want to salvage, you spend a bit of time stripping it down, you know, and then you can eat food, go to bed, go to the toilet, all on this ship. Now, you're not going to be staying out in space for like a week. You're going to be staying out in space for a day or two, then you're going to have to go get a bit more food and all the rest of it. But I think it should be quite a self-sufficient ship, you know?
All of the functionality for all of the other interactables are there.
See you soon, Tyson Svan.
There's also the aspect of
thank you for being here, mate. Thank you to you all.
The salvage work is going to be done with.
So, I mean, you know, we took our styling cues from previous Drake ships, and Drake has a very distinctive style. The first thing that will be very distinct that when you see it at first will be these two arms that sort of jettison out the front.
We had to set up these little kind of turrets that would be used to articulate while the salvaging is happening. There are two ways to enter. One from the side, you climb up a ladder and then you can access the cockpit.
No, like not the dreaded ladder.
A construction vehicle has a basic looking style ladder, which kind of adds to the whole look of the construction vibe and everything. And also, like, it helps with a sense of scale in the ship, I think.
Or you see, I think it was Kurtz was saying, as much as I'm into the ships, I find them all a bit too militaristic. But I think that's why I'm drawn towards Drake a bit, because, you know, they have that industrial sort of, I don't know, World War II-esque sort of great big engines, industrial vibe to it. That draws me to Drake quite a lot. And when you follow the lore, it's pretty clear why all ships have quite a militaristic look to them, because it is supposed to be the, you know, dangerous, lawless sort of vibe of it, where all ships were required to have weapons to defend themselves versus marauders or whatever. There's quite a deep lore element to that. A Belter ship. Yeah, I don't know enough about that sci-fi series that I've forgotten the name of.
Or you can go through the back with a ramp and then you'll access the cargo hold.
Yes, indeed, Bart, yes. Release the Kraken.
From the cargo hold, you can go through a door and then climb up a ladder, and then you'll have like
like
personal
I agree with that
storage area.
See, look, you've got your guns on the left there and whatever storage bits and bobs.
All throughout the ship on the inside, there's going to be a lot of component access.
Thank you. All your components. God, it's really happening today, isn't it? Thank you. Turban Diaz. On behalf of the wobbly sword of chaos, I knight you as Turban Diaz of Chaotica. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. Appreciate you, mate. Appreciate it a lot. Give me 3 months just watching a bit about this new salvaging ship in Star Citizen, which I own. Oh, look, all the components.
You're right. And you walk in through another door.
I hope you're well.
There's the habitation area. There'll be like a small bed.
Yeah, check it. Look, I know it's not like real comfy living, but it's a bit like Alien. You know the film Alien. It's got a bit of a Nostromo vibe to it.
A toilet. And then behind you, you got the whole body of the ship and, you know, the cargo and all that, the whole processing area.
I mean, it's not really Nostromo, but
it's a universe gameplay. A lot of it relies on, you know, sort of trading things and salvaging things, right? So you can earn credits. So this will be a very good tool to do just that.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that hull scraping is the exciting beginning of our.
Yeah, I am quite hyped for it, to be honest. The new the way it's going at the moment, SC, I feel is really quite exciting. You know, 3.18 is the big moment as far as this persistent entity stuff goes. If you're remotely interested in all of that stuff, sci-fi games or whatever, then definitely check out 8th of October. October, yeah. So, what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days from now or something? Not exactly. Let's have a look and see when SitCon actually is, shall we? But it'll just be a few hours of YouTube content because they're not doing the live CitizenCon anymore. Well, there will be in the future, but they're not doing it this year. No question about that. So is it the 8th, I think? Yeah, no, well, what's going to happen is 3.18 is basically the server sort of overhaul patch. So it ain't coming. 3.18 isn't coming out without persistent entity streaming, which isn't quite server meshing. It's this sort of underlay. It's the foundation for server meshing. So all of the things that happen on a server now are sort of mirrored on this other service, and then then that means you can reconnect to that same server, and all of the things that you were doing, cargo you were holding, the gun you dropped in the forest was always the thing that people talked about a lot, wasn't it? You know, all of that stuff will persist from 3.18, but at the moment it will be broken up into quite small shards. And then the next step after that is to make the shards bigger and bigger, as in more and more servers on a particular shard. And then the step further, the last step, what you're referring to, server meshing, is where all of those shards start to sort of mesh together in a seamless fashion. So even if you get a 30k server drop, you won't even notice, because it'll just spool up another one and push you towards that. And it should be, you shouldn't even be able to tell, you know?
Moments will be lost.
Hey up, Dungeon Demon.
In time.
Look at him. New shaved head.
Like.
God. Appreciate it, mate. Dun, 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 dun.
Subs mate. So great to see you mate / 0/.
Dungeon Demon. On behalf of the wobbly sword of chaos, I knight you as Dungeon Demon of Chaotica. Now go and spread chaos amongst the masses. Almost got used to doing it again. It's funny. Yeah, I took a long time out, mate, but I'm back. I am back. Close to play. Oh, that's a nice thing to say. Yeah, it was great to see you as well, mate. Great to see you back. I was just waffling on about Star Citizen. There's a surprise, eh? Nothing changes in this world. But yeah, really excited for the 8th. I think it'll be absolutely great. Oh, I'm having a watch party on my Discord if you want to join us. Now, dude, that sounds good. I can get all excited and waffle about each bit as it happens. I think I will do that. I'm up for that. I mean, I'm not going to say 100% because I don't know what I'm doing on the 8th. You know, there's a chance I might be busy or something. You know, maybe with my new job or something. Who knows? But I'm up for that, mate. I'm actually really up for that. Well, this is the thing, you see, Goth Guy. I've got to work out what's happening. Everything's a little bit up in the air, you know? The main difference is that now the most important thing, if you know what I mean, is that I've got to get a regular income, you know, from a job. So I've got to go and get myself another job now. I've fucked off that other one. So I don't know. I mean, even if it's just 10 hours a week, then I'll do that. That's really easy. People are, I don't know if this is the same where you guys live, all of you. Talk about you all as a whole, but people are crying out for jobs, for workers here. I mean, it's actually nuts. Like, the amount of jobs there are going around where I live, they're begging for people, essentially. And they're like, we don't care. Part-time, 1 day a week, the whole week, you know? Feel free to watch the stream back if you want, Ace, because I told the whole story about the job that I got and walked out on because they were being very... so, yeah, I fucked that one off. But it's not that I haven't got opportunities to work in other places because, like I say, it's really quite surprising when you start phoning these places up. They're like, oh, my God, someone actually wants to work here. And what it is it's... because of the pandemic, this is what I've heard and what the employer said to me. A lot of people didn't go back to work after, you know, COVID or whatever, to the point where, like, most employers are desperately trying to get these people to fill these positions, you know. So what would be a 40-hour job, they're like, they can't fill it. So if somebody rings up and says, I'm willing to do 20 hours, they're like, yeah, whatever, come here, work for us, you know? You said you want to be a dock worker in SC, pretty sure you could do that in Scarborough too. Yeah, but it wouldn't be exciting, would it, Fierce? Can you imagine it? So what did you do today? Did you fly through a nebula and meet an alien race? No, I walked past a bakery and bought a sausage roll on the way here. Be like, dude, what kind of shit dock worker is this? A part of the fun of being a dock worker in Star Citizen, of course, Fierce, is that it's not just, I mean, I'll tell you this because, you know, I know you won't grass me up. And I know you know this anyway, but it's information gathering. You see, they're like, oh, cool, dock worker guy, just your average pencil pushing, slightly boring dock worker, you know? Whereas really, you're listening in. Not only are you listening to the org that are, you know, moving the cargo, I can't believe we got attacked by that other org, or whatever, they're, you know, chit-chatting amongst themselves as you're offloading. But also, you know what their cargo is. So you're doing inventory checks, you're like, I see. Moving diamonds to the 3rd quadrant, are we? I know who could do with that information. The pirates. And then you can start organising hits. You know what's being moved to where. You know what wars are taking place and where and whatnot. So, yeah, of course, you're a dock worker, but you're also, you know, on the forefront of rumours, cargo haulage, you know, there you go. So, you know, it's like if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, D&D or whatever, the best place to get yourself a job, the best place to hear about the rumours is the tavern. It's the bar. You hang around in the bar. You've got the ranger in the corner, in the dark corner. You know, you've got the person who's behind the bar who's giving out the. They've got all the rumours, the jobs. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, 200 IQ. Shortage of tugboat crews, pretty good pay as well. Yeah, and you know those. You're talking about real life or Star Citizen, because there is also a tugboat ship in Star Citizen, which I think will be really interesting when it comes to this whole derelict stuff, you know? Not only, to be honest, I would love to do that. Can you imagine being a repair and rescue? Can you imagine the RP behind that? That would be so freaking awesome. You know, hang them on the ship there, just gonna hook up these, and then hook up the chains and and secure the cargo, and then get your tractor beams and pull them out of the ditch they're stuck in. Basically, like, what's it? Accident emergency type thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're talking about IRL, okay. So we'll just look at the sand caves, and then I think I'm going to have to go and grab myself some food. That's my plan, folks. For some people here who might not have seen this, this was a few weeks ago now, but I thought it looked quite exciting. Let's just have a click. The next iteration of caves.
The last half year has been to figure out how to build additional cave archetypes. Not only trying to establish the visual, but also define a new workflow on how we can make better looking, better performing caves.
You know what? It's funny that you say that, Ace, because I was chatting to somebody and I got a leaflet through my door saying, do you want to work at the hospital? Now, look, there's almost no way I'm going to work at the hospital because I get a bit panicky when I go in the hospital. But it turns out, hospital, like, you're not a carer, you're just moving trolleys around and shit like that. They're paying 20 quid an hour, right? Which isn't bad at all, that's pretty damn good. But then somebody said to me, oh no, they're so desperate for people to do that job that they're putting it up to 25, 30 pound an hour now. That's crazy. That means I could go in there and do 10 hours and I'd be done. And apparently you can choose your own day as well. They're that desperate, and that's why I got the leaflet through my door. It was like, we need people to work in, and the hospital is just over the road. Yeah, it's like a porter, yeah. Yeah, I reckon you're right. So, you know, obviously you can't go in there and be like, hey, I'll start looking after patients and stuff. That's definitely not something I could do, because I'm not, I haven't got the qualifications for it. But yeah, hospital porter thing, I think I could do that. You know? Why not?
The new workflow we've figured out for the caves is much more artist-friendly, and to a point even where designers can make entire cave rooms without necessarily needing an artist to do any work. The designer could go in and build like a white box room and send this to the Houdini process, which would then return an almost finished cave room.
Well, exactly, Grimbringer. That's the reason I was like...
For the first release, there will be new sand caves on Staymire, which is like the prime candidate being...
I would ask them what it entails and make them know that I've got topography, because topography, it's not something I choose to have, but if somebody starts waving a needle at me, I probably will have a complete freak, so, you know.
Very desert blended. But they will also be going on Magda, Ita, Wala, and Hurston itself. One thing we really liked about the old caves was that they always had this feeling of claustrophobia, and we tried to keep that in some regards.
This is what I didn't like about them. Because claustrophobia, man, when you're surrounded on all sides by stone walls.
That was always a concern. The old ones was that it was very bumpy to walk through them. So one thing we definitely improved on is walking through them and traversing the space is much smoother. And
look at that, though. That looks all kinds of epic. Just that scene there.
Feels nicer in general. Also, we added a lot more natural light sources, so you will have much more cinematic experiences going through them.
They do look snazzy. I really like it as it goes towards night.
For the first release, there will be no missions, but hopefully very soon will be remedied shortly. And also for the first release, the caves will be walkable on foot only, like no vehicle entrances, no ship entrances, but the workflow is flexible enough to accommodate those once we get to those. Like this first release is mostly about showing the community the visual we've developed for this archetype.
Because we've got the rock caves, and with the rock caves, they started out like this, no missions in there. Then they introduced missions in there. Then they introduced like rock caves that have got such a big entrance that you can fly your ship and actually land your ship inside. So, you know, obviously that was the sort of foundation of it. And now it's these sand caves, and then it'll be like ice caves, forest caves. I forget there was another one as well. Lava, maybe lava or something?
Additional archetypes that are like, we are scheduled to work on.
There we go.
In the next 1 year. It's going to be the rock archetype, which will replace the existing caves. Then we also have the acidic archetype, which will fit into Ariel and less parts of Stanton, where like those bubbling acid pools, or salt or sulfur pools. Then there's also the ice archetype, which will be great for Microtech and its moons, for example. And the last one that's actually scheduled is the overgrown one, which will also work well on Microtech in the forests.
Overgrown forest.
On Hearst
Cave. All about that. I think that'll be the best.
Quite proud of the experience we managed to achieve with the new cave archetype that's coming out. It was really fun for us to do and like make this excursion and try to figure out all the problems that come with that.
Yeah, it's only a small thing. I just thought I'd show you that.
Looking forward to building all the other archetypes as well. The established workflow now will just go much faster and hopefully result in some really cool looking new places the player can experience.
I can definitely imagine getting an organ hanging around there as well. If there was like a big derelict spaceship somewhere that you could work on, having a cave nearby it as well, because caves are quite secure. There's only one way in usually. So at the moment. So that means you could, in theory, you could patrol the entrance, make sure that nobody's sneaking in there, stash loads of stuff in the cave, you know, spend a whole week or whatever working on the derelict ship with a bit of security. I feel like caves are quite secure, you know? Yeah, so you were asking me, Goth Guy, what our streaming schedule will be. I really don't know, mate, but I've really enjoyed streaming today. You know, it's about 4.5 hours or something. It's flown by. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to get on my bike and ride all the way to the gym. It's pretty far away. I want to test out and see how far away it is. So that's my plan. But I've got so many things I'm doing at once, right? So obviously I'm going to look for this new job. I expect to get that within a couple of weeks at the most. But I've got this full-on op as well at the hospital. I've got to do this operation. That's like October the 20th or something. So the wife was saying to me, no, don't get a job before this operation because you'll be I'll be messed up for a good couple of weeks after that, you know, because they're going to do this thing with my jaw and that's going to be brutal. Jim's on lunch. He just messaged. Love to return the stream later. Do you take care, Skinny Bob? I hope it goes well at physio. I quit my gym after some guy started twisting my arms. What? A guy twisted your arms and the staff did nothing? What do you mean twisted your arms? Like trying to force... What the fuck? Yeah, I could see why. I wouldn't go back to that gym either if someone was twisting my arms. Yeah, I've stopped going to Everyone Active, the gym that I was going to, and I'm going to a different one now with the sauna and all that. So I'm going to get on my bike, I'm going to ride all the way there, and I am literally going to sit in a sauna for... The longest I can do in the sauna is 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, I feel completely frazzled. But then they've got this ice cold cave. It's called the Ice Cave. So it's a freezing cold shower that you get in after the sauna. And then they've even got a freaking jacuzzi. So, you know, it's a pretty shit gym, but it's got all that epic stuff. Sauna, jacuzzi, and freaking ice cave. So even though the gym's a bit crap, it makes up for it with all that really good stuff for recovery. So yeah, that's my plan. That's what I'm going to do. But yeah, my other things that I'm doing, if you're interested, folks, is I'm still narrating. I have 3 books I'm narrating at the moment. I'm about halfway through Day of the Triffids, Stars Like Dust, and another book. I forget which one it is off the top of my head. And believe it or not, I'm writing my own book as well, which is that's going to take me a long time. But how many chapters have we done? About 6 chapters I've written so far of my random book. I'm thinking that's going to take a long time to do, you know. So yeah, basically I'm juggling all these different projects. But yeah, I'll try and stream at least say 3 or 4 days a week, because why not? Why not, eh? But the difference to before was before I was like doing it like every day and making sure I was there at a specific time, whereas now I'll always do the 9:30. If I'm going to stream on a day, it'll be about 9:30. I just can't guarantee exactly which days it'll be, so keep an eye out for it. Keep an eye out for the stream, and if I'm here, I'm here. And we'll try and concrete in a schedule over the next bit of time. That's the best I can do. Oh yeah, and please do follow me on the YouTubes as well, because that's not that far off 1,000 really, mate. I tell you what, it's quite mad, Grimbringer, because the amount of traffic that goes through the YouTube, mainly, well, nearly all through the narration, is pretty nuts, to be honest. Let's have a little look. I'll show you. So, analytics. So there you go. Look. So the analytics. This is just 1 month. If you notice, like places like here, that's 1 day, 1,219 views. And it goes up and down. You know, it's had a surge lately. You see, look, it's had quite a big surge up to 1,000. Well, 1,200, 400, 500, whatever. But 38,000 views in the last 90 days. That's quite a lot. Nearly 7,000 hours watched, you know. So it picks up, it goes up and down, you know. If you go for a whole year, look, you see it goes up and down. It went down quite low there, and now it's peaking right up here again. But yeah, 120,000 views. It's not to be sniffed at, like, is it? It's decent. And each project that I put up there, of course, it'll increase. Right? That's why YouTube is so tempting to get into, because you create something, you put it on there, and instead of it being gone a month later and it's just gone forever, it all adds to the channel, you know? Right, are we going to... I'm a bit out of the habit here. Hosting doesn't work anymore, so we have to raid, is that right? Apparently hosting doesn't even exist. What I heard. And somebody... Maybe Brady. Brady is there. Let's do the Brady raid. Straight back and raiding Brady. Let's do that. You all ready for the raid? I hope you are all ready for the raid. Please do stick around for this raid. Brady's a really friendly person. He's one of the best accents you'll hear on Twitch. So please do stick around. Throw some love towards that person. And can I just say how much I appreciate all the support that you all gave me today. I knew I missed the stream, and it was really difficult to not stream. I found it really, really difficult, you know, but I did need to take that break. But I realise now, coming back, just quite how much you all being here and chatting to me and stuff. It's just great. It's great for me in general. So I want you all to know how much it means to me. Brady kept me entertained during your absence. Yeah, Brady's awesome. Brady entertain all the peoples. So yeah, I'll be back. Might even be back tomorrow. We'll have to think. We'll have to have a bit of a we'll have to have a brainstorm as what game I'll play. We'd start up a game, don't we? Oh, I could even try finishing Red Dead Redemption. The raid has been created, apparently. It's happening. How many of those are there? It's 25, 27. It's going to be about 27 of us. That's decent. Yo, Digital Napes. Yeah, so thanks again. Oh my god, he's back, says Woody. Yeah, that's right, I'm back. I'm definitely going to be back now, properly back. So, you know, hopefully lots of content, lots of fun. I'm totally up for suggestions. So if you have any games you particularly want me to play or anything like that, throw it my way. I mean, I haven't done Cyberpunk yet, but you're all a bit like, oh, Cyberpunk, that's old news. Could be fun. Anyway, I'll have a think about it. So all the love, have a great one, and say Chaos Raid, and say something about lad. Say oi oi lad or something like that. I don't know. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, June MMO. I'm up for that. Right, anyway, have a good one. Have a great day, and I'll probably see you tomorrow. Yeah. Now, ready for this raid? Raid the bejesus out of him. I want to see all the emotes in his chats. I'll see you over there.